over here, I guess. I don't know. I'm bluffing with the
I've got
buttons.
I've got a swirl. It looks like it might think about going live.
Yeah, I think that might have triggered it. Well, it's playing ads. So perhaps now I'm making money.
And that's got to be something.
I know, right?
That's right.
Okay, now I'm back on.
That's
Okay.
all that matters.
Yeah, okay. After
We are.
pressing buttons, we're now live. Good morning, everybody. Well, from Australia and Japan, that is. And for the rest of you guys over in Ireland and America, good evening. Myself and Rachel from the Creative Contessa bring you a nice little Q&A on 15th century Gaelic clothing. Rachel, how are you doing this morning?
Oh, it's a beautiful morning here in Korea, far, far away from the troubles of the world.
Hi.
I'm really excited to answer some of the questions we've gotten in the comments under the video
Mm.
in the last 5 days. So yeah, I'm also excited to see what our the people in the live chat have to ask us about this particular topic because it is a fascinating one, but it's also a difficult one because as I say in the video on which this Q&A is based, the sources for the information are far and few in between.
Mm. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting down to the meat of this conversation today with 15th century Ireland, with men's clothing, especially from all the questions we got, because we did get a good few questions. So it's going to be quite interesting what way you go about answering it, Rachel, especially as you said there with the limited resources we have. Thanks all to Cromwell and Henry VIII, you know, they give us so much stuff.
Yeah, seriously. And then finally the cherry on top of this shit Sunday, the 1922 archives fire.
Oh, I. Anyway, before we start any more of a shit show, hello, Susan. How are you keeping this morning? Hope you're doing really well. And as always, Susan, thanks for the support. Really appreciate that from myself and Rachel. So we'll start this morning with we'll start moving into a little bit of news. We're going into Lent, which obviously, if you're Irish, Lent is always a good time as it leads up to St. Patrick's Day. I know over in the States, you guys have Mardi Gras, don't you?
Yeah, well, only in New Orleans and Alabama. That's not really celebrated anywhere else.
uh,
St. Patrick's Day is celebrated everywhere else much more vigorously and with a lot more alcohol consumption.
nice. Okay, just a bit of a sound test. Can you guys hear me and Rachel perfectly fine, or do we need to play around with our sound a wee bit?
Yeah, can everyone
I'm
hear us
very quiet.
evenly?
Okay.
We've had issues before.
So we have a case of I'm very quiet and Rachel is perfect. I think that's what's going on. Right, my sound. I have to go and adjust my
If
sound.
if you if you go to voice settings, you can actually change your input
Is that
in Discord.
on Discord? Okay, just 1 second. I
Oh,
if
no, it
that's
says
going,
sound is all right, it says.
yeah. It could be to it. The OBS perhaps. I don't know. I have no clue. This thing just does what it wants most of the time. Let me just
Oh, by
move.
by the way, I'm not I'm not basically it looks like you're talking to a disembodied voice.
Oh,
My
hi.
my camera screen isn't showing at all.
Oh, people are saying with sound is grand.
Yeah,
Okay.
this the sound is fine. It's you can't see me at all in the
Oh, that's because how we have the Discord and what was it, the OBS linked up. I'll fix that for next week. It'll be grand. We're just bluffing it for now. Um, so anyway, Lent, moving into Mardi Gras and Easter and all that kind of stuff. Anything in particular? Are you doing Lent this year, or are you just skipping it, Rachel?
I I'll be honest, I barely am aware that it is March. I should be doing Lent. I really should.
Mm.
But I no, not this year. I don't have the spoons for it this year. It's been a rough season.
Uh, Yeah, it's wild. Like especially like I was talking to someone last night, and we were talking about politics in university and stuff, and they said like I was in university back in 2015, and the person I was talking to who's 21 now, they said that they were 11 back in 2015, and I was like, what? Like I've lost all perspective of time and space and everything. Like I've no clue what's going on anymore.
Yeah,
Like,
it is weird. You know, Ryan was just finished his 20 years in the US military,
mm,
and when as he was retiring, there were people joining up, new recruits who weren't even alive when he joined the military.
disgusting. Like
Yeah,
honestly, like
that-
yeah.
that's that is the way it is.
Oh,
But
stop.
you know, it's funny. Lenten. I'm not certain about how Lent. I'm assuming a Lent was probably observed in medieval Ireland, very similar to the rest of the Europe. Sort of everyone being under the same church with a capital C strictures. But a lot of people don't realize that the Lenten diet in the medieval period was pretty strict. It wasn't
Mm,
like you didn't get to choose a food or something to give up. You observed Lenten fasting.
mm.
And so, there was no meat, no animal products. The Lenten fast was practically vegan,
Yeah.
except for the inclusion of fish,
Mm, mm.
which is a weird concession, but I guess they acknowledge that you can't really go without some kind of serious protein for 40 days.
Jeez, I forgot
Um,
that in my video last night. I posted up the video on Festivus Day, and I was like, I included the bread and water because there was a few people that were like, they did a bit of bread and water and stuff, and some people just fasted to the point where it was just, what was it? They were just drinking water and stuff, and they would go through, periods where they would just go with no food. And I forgot to add in fish, and then people were mostly surviving on
yeah,
fish and bread. I completely
yeah,
forgot
you
about the
could. I
fish
mean,
part. Yeah.
you had vegetables, but they couldn't even have butter. So there were
Mm.
actually recipes in medieval cookbooks for to use almond milk to make a kind of gelled almond butter sort of thing. Not like we know, not like ground almonds. They didn't do that because they
Mm.
didn't have the technology to turn almonds into paste really. So instead, they would actually make almond milk and then they would gel it,
Yeah.
and then that would be what they would spread on their bread. So you
Oh,
couldn't even have butter. You couldn't have honey. Like it was literally no animal products.
mm.
Except for fish. Fish don't count though, because whatever. They're not real animals, I guess.
Aye. I see everybody coming into chat now. Just to make sure that if anybody's having a problem with the sound or stuff, make sure to give us a heads up there. St. David's Day last night. That's going into because we have Pancake Tuesday coming up soon, which is our big festival and everything. And I know you guys over in the States have Mardi Gras. Do you also have Pancake Tuesday as well? Or is it you just celebrate Mardi Gras in the States?
I, yeah, Mardi Gras, like I said, isn't the whole U.S. It's really just southern Louisiana, like
Ah.
Gulf Coast Louisiana and Mobile, Alabama. So
Mm,
I honestly don't know what the crazy people down there do. There, Mardi Gras has become very, very commercial.
mm.
It's definitely not much. It's not celebrated in particular by Catholics. It's celebrated by people who want to get their drunk on and get their frenzy on, really.
Aye.
So, I have heard of Pancake Tuesday though.
Yeah.
Um, but that was not something we did in my family, and I'm Catholic and grew up in a German, Irish, Hungarian Catholic family.
Aye.
But we did not do Pancake Tuesday.
Just moving on there a wee bit. Yeah, that was another thing that happened this month is the 500th anniversary of the big old battle for the Italian Wars, and I know this
Yeah,
straight in the middle of all of it.
Pavia.
Yeah, I,
Pavia, yeah. I
I
had so many friends who went to that, and I was
yeah,
kicking myself. I'm like, I should have pushed my comfort zone, pushed myself forward 40 years and made some clothes and gone and joined them at Pavia. But honestly, it was just mostly military drills, pike drills, none of the fun cultural stuff. Like there was no feasting and dancing. So,
really,
yeah.
that's wild for a 500-year anniversary. Like,
Yeah, everyone basically, it was all a bunch of sword jocks and
yeah.
pike jocks.
It was, wasn't it? Because I watched it live, all right, on YouTube. I even put it up the link for everyone to watch as well. And there was a lot of drills and stuff, and it was a case of what was it called? All the Lance out and everything. But the kit was gorgeous. I absolutely loved it. Like,
Oh yeah. I mean, the Lance Connector, basically the punks of the late 15th and 16th century. So their whole thing is all about counterculture clothing that
Mm.
violates every sumptuary law you can imagine and makes everyone look at them and go, ooh. And so basically, people who are attracted to Landsknecht these days fit that bill.
Mm.
They want fancy armor, they want fancy clothes, they want everyone to look at them, but they also want everyone to know that they're punk.
Aye.
That like I don't have any Landsknecht friends who don't fall into that category, and I've got a lot of Landsknecht friends.
Aye. So, what was it called? I noticed your friend was in the middle of all of it as well, winding up all the Europeans, which was brilliant. Like,
Yeah, Kevin. Oh, he is awesome, man. No one understands. Engel is his reenactor name. No one understands Engel, really. Like he is one of the sweetest people I know, and he really just likes to poke the hornet's nest
yeah,
for the sake of poking the hornet's nest. But also he's really big into satire,
yeah,
especially social satire. And a lot of people these days are just looking to be outraged, and
yes,
so they have no sense of humor anymore.
yeah.
Um,
Because to me,
so
he said his joke, and it was basically his joke was how the American diet was more superior than the European diet, so therefore he was going to get
right,
more kills in the reenactment than anyone else. Oh my
right.
god, the amount of I seen it and I was like, oh, that's a funny joke. I just kind of smirked. I didn't think it was anything special or anything. But geez, the gems were in the comment section. The amount of European
Oh yeah,
people
they
from
always are.
Britain, Germany, Denmark, and it wasn't just like late medieval Renaissance reenactors that are getting worked up about this comment by that was so simple. I seen early medieval reenactors go completely mental from his comment, like, and that
They
was his
lost their
comment. Yeah,
minds.
oh, brilliant. It was the joke that just kept on giving. Like the comment section was brilliant, like, do you know?
And satirical humor, and
Mm,
who doesn't?
yeah,
Because Kevin is certainly not, he is not an American exceptionalist
yeah.
at all. He knows what's going on. He knows America for all its foibles.
Mm.
And he and I laugh about them all the time. So when he makes comments about America, like he is saying it with his tongue in his deeply in his cheek, and no one gets that. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, and that's the Lens Connect, right? Like that's so modern Lens Connect
oh,
to
100%.
poke the hornet's nest.
But like as you said there, if this was any other time, if he made the joke 5 years earlier, people would have found it funny. But because people are so built up with anxiety right now because of the way the media is portraying everything, when he made that joke, especially since given what happened over the weekend and stuff, people kind of like exploded. How dare you, American? Even mention anything like that. So yeah, 100%.
Yep.
It's literally just people built up with pure raw aggression because of the way the media is pumping them so lately. And I just noticed that like he
Oh
was
yeah.
definitely someone that stood out from the whole news that was going on over the weekend. Speaking of which, we also had another big, massive event happening this weekend, the Jorvik Festival. Amongst it then was obviously my own Irish friends that had gone over from Ireland over to the Jorvik Festival in the north of England in New York. Rachel, would you ever go and do some early medieval Viking reenactment, or you just kept with
I
your
mean,
ways?
I have, and actually I have a nice 10th century Danish ensemble.
Oh, really?
Um, I actually when I was still living in Europe, I was queen of an SCA the SCA kingdom there,
Mm.
and my coronation was actually at a reconstituted Viking village
Yeah.
outside of Stockholm. So my friends actually made an ensemble for me. So I have, my smock and my beautiful bright red apron dress with
Mm.
embroidery, and I have all of the bling and the accessories. So yeah, I mean, I have done that.
Damn, I need to see that.
You know, the only thing, the reason I've never gotten more into it is because we know zero,
Mm.
absolutely nothing about dance and music in that period, and that's kind of my favorite thing to do at medieval living history events. So it's, like not being able to do music and dance is kind of sad
Mm. Mm.
for me at an event.
I
Yeah.
and if you guys, if anybody's actually thinking about doing the Orphic Festival next year, or thinking about getting into what was it, early Viking medieval history or anything, now is definitely the time to do it. The Welsh Viking over on his YouTube channel, that's his video there, my Viking fashion. He's doing a rake of videos right now on early medieval history, on reenactment, and how to create and make your own clothing for the early medieval period. So if you're looking into that or looking to get involved with early medieval period, definitely go over to the Welsh Vikings channel, as he's doing a rake of Viking videos right now on getting people started and up and going on the early medieval period. And it's the same if you guys are thinking about just skipping straight over to 15th century clothing, definitely go over to Creative Contessa's channel as well. Rachel, you've got tons of videos if people are looking to get started with 15th century clothing. Um,
I do. In fact, it's funny, people keep asking me, oh, do you have a video on this? And I'm like, did you not look through my content? Yes, I do.
mm,
Um, I have, videos on embroidery, on finger loop braiding, on getting dressed in all the layers from the skin out, Italy and France and Burgundy. I've got tutorials, I've got project vlogs. Oh, you all can't see me, so you can't see what I'm currently working on
uh,
making, layers of clothing, how to take measurements, how to put together a kit on a shoestring budget,
mm,
what kind of objects from daily medieval life you might need in order to have a fun reenactment event, how to use them also in your modern life so you're not having double of everything. Why should you have a medieval salt cellar and a modern salt cellar? Just have the medieval one and use it in your modern home. So yeah, I've got tons of content, and of course all with my sassy sense of humor that pleases most people and offends a few.
just a few. The White Welsh Viking has a cat too. Oh, does he have a cat? Is it a cute cat? Um, when I did Ren Fair, the landscape were fond of saying Max said we could regain our clothing. Not sure what you mean by that one.
Regarding the clothes,
Oh,
she's talking about sumptuary laws, how the
ah,
uh, the Landsknecht reenactors in the U.S. at Ren fairs used to say, "Well, I can wear whatever I want because Maximilian, the Holy Roman Emperor,
said I could.
said I could." Right? That was
Ah,
this rumor that was going about that Maximilian just kind of let the Landsknecht do whatever they wanted, and it's kind of true because honestly, he couldn't really control them.
mm,
As such, all he could do is channel them, and he acknowledged that. And so he, took these rebel peasants that's who the Landsknecht were. Most people don't realize that the Landsknecht were peasants who basically decided they weren't going to be peasants anymore and they weren't going to take the garbage from the nobility anymore.
mm,
And they organized and realized that with pikes, they could basically destroy chivalric charges.
mm,
So, Landsknecht basically made a virtue out of a vice. He said, well, I've got this destructive violent force of people looking to make a living, and how can I prevent them from wreaking havoc in places I don't want them to? Well, I'll take them into my court, make them my people, let them do more or less whatever they want within the reasons of not wreaking havoc on my people. And that's the way he ended up controlling the Landsknecht.
mm,
It was
mm.
very clever.
Yeah. Very exciting stuff. Definitely very good reason if you're thinking about getting into reenactment. Definitely the time to do it and stuff, especially with these huge events that are happening both in Europe and over in America. And if you're interested in all that kind of stuff, either pop over to the Welsh Vikings channel, especially if you're looking into early medieval stuff, or if you're looking to get into 15th century stuff, pop over to Rachel's channel. She'll be more than happy to have you on our subscription list. That's for sure. Um, just before we get
Uh,
into the
so we have a couple of questions.
oh yeah, go
Um,
for it.
can you sew fringes onto flags? I've been wanting to do it with an American flag. Yes, absolutely. A lot of American flags actually have fringe sewed onto the edge, and medieval banners also had fringe sewn along the edge, war banners and whatnot.
Mm,
For a lot of, we have a few extant hand-painted medieval banners, and the fringe survived. And except for the black fringe, which rotted away because the black dye stuff is basically iron oxide and it destroys the silk of the fringing. But yeah, so medieval flags had fringes, modern flags have fringes. You absolutely can sew it on. Um, Susan says, "What are you working on,
yeah.
Rachel?" I'm making those amendments to the. I know you all can't see me, but I'm working on my 15th century Italian Gomorrah, working on the adjustments to that. And then there's one aimed at you, Philip.
Go on.
Fascinated by Irish medieval history. What are your favorite relevant historical source books and even video games?
Oh God, definitely the Brehon Law, just because it's a nice little foundation before you get deeper into anything else. Like, because the Breton law covers, as we're going to talk about later, the laws to do with colors or what you can or cannot wear, even the laws around cattle raiding, compensation, blood feuds. It's a very good foundation, so I definitely would recommend Fergus Kelly's Early Irish Law. If you're thinking about, starting your understanding of medieval Ireland. And video game wise, oh, I'm gonna have to say Total War. Definitely one of my favorite medieval video games of all time. So medieval Total War 2, definitely amazing and fantastic game. Just before I get into the meat of everything, I notice as well with many of the live streams and stuff is that some people, when they're listening to myself and Rachel discussing various topics, some people are getting very kind of passionate about the subject and stuff, and they're making very big, thick, brilliant comments and everything. But the problem is that sometimes they're kind of full of too much emotion in them. And so, of course, when the YouTube algorithm sees them straight away, because they're using some words that are a bit too passionate, YouTube straight away just removes the comment. And sometimes some of the people in the YouTube comment section find their channel completely removed off the algorithm. So I just want to put a little bit of a heads up just before you decide you're getting a wee bit passionate. Maybe it's best just to take a step back, breathe for a few seconds, and actually think about how you're going to counteract or perhaps even debate myself and Rachel with stuff you disagree with. And myself and Rachel have absolutely no problems with people who disagree with comments that myself and Rachel make today. It's just beforehand, make sure you take a step back, you breathe for a few seconds, and you just think about how you're going to reply and counter what we're saying. And rather than just go into a thing of, I disagree with what you're saying because I think you're just, kind of stupid in a way, just think about it and actually come up with sources. I think this is a better way of communicating how you feel when you disagree with myself and Rachel, that you have a source to kind of back up what you're saying, where the source of your information is coming from, and even better still, from a book perhaps, and the page where you're getting this information from, and the quotation and stuff, or even pictures or anything on those lines, rather than just making up. Because I've seen some massive, brilliant comments, or a lot of thought put into it, but perhaps too much emotion sometimes. So just a bit of a heads up there, that just beforehand, if you're disagreeing with myself and Rachel, just take a step back and a bit of a breather. And of course, if it is common for you to get very aggressive beforehand, I've just kind of posted up some people you can talk to if you're feeling a bit too aggressive listening to our conversation today, that there is actually help that you can get for yourself, and the all that stuff is easily available. So just a bit of a heads up today, and I think Rachel would agree as well that it's much better that you kind of take a step back and think about what you're saying, put together a healthy comment that it's more better for myself and Rachel, especially if your end goal is to kind of expect better from myself and Rachel, that you kind of point us in the correct direction and use sources to support whatever argument and disagreement that you have with myself and Rachel, rather than get built up in a very aggressive, especially this week on my own channel. I've seen a lot of people get very built up, very emotional towards the stuff I was saying, and disagreed with various interpretations I had on medieval history. So if you feel that this is common, that you're kind of getting worked up before you're putting together a kind of more of a comment that would be beneficial for myself and yourself, and you feel that you're getting more aggressive towards us, definitely seek this kind of help. I think that's more better for yourself and myself, rather than doing something that's quite harmful for yourself and the people around you. So just a bit of a heads up beforehand. Anyway, as we go into today's actual meat of the conversation here, straight away, talking about the video from last week, a lot of people straight away from the beginning disagreed with Rachel's pronunciation of Sligo. Um, Rachel, what do you have to say for yourself for all these disagreements?
I mean, I'm perfectly happy for people to correct my pronunciation if I mispronounce something.
Mm.
I'm happy when people do it politely and kindly.
Oh yeah.
But I think I you did a short video on it that I thought was very telling and interesting.
Mm.
I think people get confused sometimes between the medieval pronunciation of a name and the modern pronunciation of a name.
Yeah,
And
it's
because I
definitely.
was going based on my very dilettante understanding of medieval Irish pronunciation rules.
Yeah. Because I have the right under it here, I actually have the correct Irish spelling for it, and the thing is that Sligo is actually a Hiberno English interpretation of what is today modern Sligo, and it's not actually the context of the 15th century that you were talking about, which you were aiming to cover. So yeah, there was a bit of a kind of trip over and a misunderstanding in the comment section, but I do respect a lot the majority of people. There were one or two people who were a bit too passionate on the Hiberno English side that, this is how it has been, this is how it has been since the dawn of time and stuff, when actually that's not actually the case. Sligo is actually a modern pronunciation, Hiberno English a pronunciation of the area. Um, and that as I've gotten written just under here, that's actually the 15th century pronunciation, which is actually the Gaelic pronunciation of Sligo, which Rachel was actually trying to pronounce. I'm assuming that's what you were trying to pronounce anyway.
I was trying to do it without butchering it very badly
Mm.
because medieval Irish, well, Irish, modern or medieval, is a very complicated pronunciation
Yeah.
system. So yeah, it is not one of my several languages, and I didn't exactly have time to become a master of Irish pronunciation, but yeah.
Mm.
And for certain, my experience in every other language that uses the Latin alphabet in which the letter I is an E sound,
Mm.
outside of English, impacted my pronunciation. But it's funny how some people will get wrapped around the axle about something like that. But I hear a lot of history creators. There's a couple of history creators that I listen to on YouTube, and they butcher foreign place names badly, repeatedly, all the time.
Mm.
And I don't ever see anyone correcting their pronunciation in the comments.
Oh
So
yeah.
that is interesting.
But it's what I find very funny is the fact that people were getting very passionate and worked up about the Hiberno English pronunciation of Sligo, and it was actually just
Yeah,
one or two people who politely corrected you about the actual Irish, both the Irish
right.
side of it and the pronunciation, the Middle Irish pronunciation from the 15th century. So I just thought when I was looking at the comments, I did think that was pretty funny. And even like there were some brilliant ones in there where people were they clicked straight away at that. Oh, you're taking this from a medieval perspective. And there was one girl, she was talking about the Lena and Brat, how from a modern context it means shirt and flag, which she thought was very
Yeah.
interesting. And it was the same with my wife here, who was there's a certain word as well that pops up in medieval Irish, which means horse switch. But then when we look at it from modern Irish, it means light switch. Which I noticed you've spoken about a few times as well when studying linguistic, because you've got a background in European, not in Irish. I'm butchering the pronunciation of that still. Um, because you're actually qualified with languages in Europe. You're just not qualified in any of the Irish languages. And you fully understand
Yeah,
that.
my specialties are Romance and Germanic languages, and I
Mm.
have I have about a 4-year-old command of Korean.
Hi.
But yeah,
Mm. Um, don't tell me she says Sligo. Aye. Yeah, but like it's such a English. What was that? Hiberno English pronunciation. So unless you're born in Ireland, you're not really going to be able to just suddenly guess that it's Sligo. It's the same thing in America. Somebody was pointing out that there's actually a few American pronunciations that unless you're a local American in that area, you're going to end up butchering a few of those names and stuff. So it is. It is. What's that? yeah, Mobile, Alabama, is one spot where unless you're local to that area, you're going to butcher the pronunciation. I um, yeah, local pronunciations, and even the way my point being here is that you need to understand the context for a lot of words as well, and that the understanding changes over time as well. That we may have a word and its understanding from the medieval period, but then over time it completely changes by the time we get up to the modern period, that the word is completely different and it's pronounced differently as well. And that can be quite difficult when you're dealing with places like Sligo, where the
Yep.
word evolves and changes over time. And we even get to a point where it's only the locals that understand the pronunciation of it and may have lost the original pronunciation and the meaning of the understanding of what the word was originally. And I think Sligo is a very good example of that. Um, that only people who
It
are,
is, yeah,
yeah,
a lot of people don't understand about the evolution of sounds and languages. It's,
yeah,
in most English is included. English has a big vowel shift from Middle English to modern English, like a
mm,
massive vowel shift because the letter I in English also used to be pronounced E
yeah,
or I, but not I.
yeah,
So, there's most European languages undergo a vowel shift during the Renaissance and the early modern era.
mm,
And, if you're trying to pronounce things the way they would have been back then, or if those are your set of pronunciation rules, that's not going to be how they're pronounced now.
mm,
But I think some people, there's a psychological tendency to attach a lot of emotional importance to how a place name is pronounced, especially if you're from that place.
yeah,
And so the response when someone mispronounces it is not necessarily proportionate to the importance of pronouncing it correctly.
yeah.
And that's fine. That's normal. That's human.
Oh yeah, and as a few people are pointing out in the comment section, they get it wrong all the time. I'm one of them. I butcher every area. Like everyone's used to me butchering everything. Like language is definitely not my forte. Some people when they first get introduced to me, they assume I'm like the master of Irish and English language, and I'm just the grandmaster. No, I'm completely terrible. I'm so bad at both English and Irish. I'm just diabolical. I'm pretty just making up my own languages that coming along, and even in my own interpretation of Irish. So I like not once have I ever like judged you for your butchery of both Sligo or anywhere else. To be quite honest with you, because I do the exact same thing. My wife was just making fun of me with Mobile, Alabama, because when I first rocked up in Mobile, Alabama, I was calling it what was it, mobile, like mobile phone.
Mobile,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. So I'm definitely no saint when it comes down to rocking up to certain areas and pronouncing the word the first time around. Like I'm really used to at this point rocking up to somewhere, butchering the name, and having the locals just look at me with sheer hatred in their eyes because I just butchered their local town name. So I don't judge you one bit, Rachel. To be honest with you.
Yeah,
uh,
I guess, especially in the world these days, I feel like there are more important things than whether I pronounce it Sligo or Sligo.
mm.
That's my feeling right now. We might be going into World War III. How I pronounce Sligo is not going to matter.
No, not after next week, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And there's some great quotes in here. No one can tell how to pronounce an English word unless he has some time or other heard it. Aye, that's a fact. Like, and I'm exactly sure I could even hear a word, and because the way my ears are, and Rachel knows a few people as well who they'll hear the word, but then when it comes back out of their mouth again, it's a completely different word. And I'm exactly in that area as well, where somebody will tell me a word, but my ear picks it up completely different. So I'll still butcher the word afterwards, like absolutely no problems. Like, um,
So
okay,
that's actually that's usually a brain processing issue, and a lot of people suffer from that. Like your ears technically work properly, but the way your brain processes the sounds makes it sound different to you than it does to other people. So then you pronounce it that way. Yeah, that's you're not alone there.
oh definitely, I'm definitely in that menu anyway, and I think that's a great starting point as we move into the pronunciation of not just areas, but also in clothing and stuff as well, and understanding how clothing was in the early medieval period, as one person pointed out there, how Lena and Brat was shirt in the modern context means shirt and flag, when back in the Middle Ages it was tunic and cloak. So it's interesting how those words change and stuff, and it's definitely something we need to take into consideration as we go through the clothes today. And we cover different people's questions and stuff. And of course, if anybody has any questions in the comment section, make sure to ask your questions below. And as we're slowly going through questions people have already asked me and I've put into the PowerPoint today, we'll also go back and forth. Myself and Rachel will go back and forth between the PowerPoint presentation and the comments in the comment section, your questions and stuff. So we'll make sure to go between the two of them. So
So
thanks.
there actually was a question about clothing. Did Brehon Law have a law about wearing colors? Are you referencing the obese king who outlawed green? um,
In
yes, Brehon Law definitely had laws about colors. I don't personally know this reference to a obese king who outlawed green. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not sure about the outlaw green part. My wife would probably know something about that, or my good friend Colin, who could be in the comment section today, will say. But I'm not quite sure about a king who outlawed green. What period is he from? I'm assuming he's early medieval, because most of the colors, obviously,
It
I've
would
put
have to
the
be early medieval, really.
because we did get a few questions, all right, about colors in the late medieval period. And Rachel, you do have last week, I think about 2 weeks ago, we were actually having a chat between ourselves about colors in the late medieval period and how complicated that discussion actually is. Just to take a step back for anyone who's interested in colors in Ireland, there are laws in Fergus Kelly's Early Irish Farming, and also he covers it in Early Irish law as well. And it's easy to kind of keep that in check in the early medieval period, which is free men, peasants, slaves, and serfs in the early medieval period were only allowed to wear black and white. Free men could wear yellow, black, white, and burr coloured. And then nobles then red, green, and brown. And then we got up to like the king and Taoiseach level, the head of the clan level, where it's blue, purple, and all the colours underneath them. That's easy to regulate in the early medieval period. But then as we get into the late medieval period, as Rachel was saying to me a few weeks ago, that's quite difficult to do in the late medieval period, especially in Ireland.
Yeah, it's and see here's the thing. It's I always like to talk about what we know rather than what we don't know or
Yeah.
what I don't know. And what I was not able to find was references to sumptuary legislation in the 14th, 15th century that regulates color like that.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, for women's fashion, in the mid 15th century, we start seeing laws restricting the use of saffron for dyeing,
Yeah.
wearing saffron yellow garments. But otherwise, I was not able to find anything about whether Brehon law was still in effect. If so, which laws were in effect. So it's a question of what we know versus what we don't know.
Yeah.
What we do know is the colors that people are described as wearing. What we don't know is whether those were regulated for different classes of society.
Yeah.
They're not regulated in English law, in the English laws that are there for Ireland. Until the mid 15th century, and it's nothing like, well, you can wear blue if you're a king, you can wear green if you're a, oh crap, if you're a nobleman. Hold on a minute, my cat is
Okay.
running off with my hen, and Chimi, bring that back.
Joys.
Bad kitty.
Just 1 minute, I'll jump into the
He
comment
literally
section.
knocked, you all can't see, but he knocked my 15th century not a hennin off of the rack and was carrying it off like prey.
Oh no.
Ah, okay. It's probably because it's covered in wool and cats think wool is like something they should have in their mouths. Anyway, so, it's harder to know about these colors and how they may or may not have been regulated on the Irish side in the 15th century. And I think that all comes back to that damned archive fire in Dublin in 1922.
Yeah, and
I'm
if it,
pretty certain.
yeah, it was either that or probably Cromwell. Cromwell probably didn't like late medieval law as well, and probably set fire to it for all we know. or even
Well,
the
I mean,
native
yeah,
English.
exactly. I mean, when you set fire to things indiscriminately,
Mm,
documents get burned.
yeah,
So, we know a lot. And I said this in the video. I think
yeah,
it's so much easier to learn the nitty-gritty details about early Irish fashion
mm,
than it is early medieval Irish fashion or even ancient Irish fashion,
yeah.
honestly, than it is to learn about late medieval Irish
Mm,
fashion.
mm, mm. Susan is just, while we're on the topic there, two questions actually that do fit into what I'm about to say. Actually, no, I'll just pop up to Finn's comment there. With Henry VIII talking about the likes of the statutes of Kilkenny and stuff, and how even in Scotland there
Yeah.
were similar
So,
laws brought in place as well, with the likes of bagpipes and stuff as well. So Ireland isn't the only place that suffers from those kind of enforced laws by the English. Scotland also suffers from those particular laws. We can see that with the kilt and stuff that's banned. Sorry, Rachel, what were you saying?
uh, Uh, don't think I don't. If a noise came out of my mouth, it was
Oh,
accidental.
oh, sorry
I was
about that.
agreeing with you, I think.
What was it called? And in that, it's funny actually that Finn brings that up, because we actually see that with saffron as well. You were saying that about the women's laws, how there's a restriction on saffron for women. And I think that's what a lot of people actually quote from. When I was actually doing my own reading as well, it does go back to the statutes of Kilkenny. But for the thing about the statutes of Kilkenny, though, because it was brought in by Lionel Vantuab, and he kind of wasn't popular by anyone. From my interpretation, he was kind of
Yeah.
dumped in Ireland because they didn't want him getting in the way of what was happening in France. And then when he rocked up in Ireland, he kind of made a fucking blunder of everything that was going on, and pretty much caused the Gaelic resurgence in Ireland with the rise of Art MacMorcovenant and a whole load of bloodshed in Leinster. I personally just blame Lionel Vantuab and his statutes of Kilkenny for a lot of that. Instead of relieving people with the what was it called? The high taxes and everything else that was going on with the Black Death. He decided he was going to add, more wood onto the fire of Richard II's problems, which were already mounting up with the peasants' revolt that was happening in England at the time as well. He decided it would be a
Right.
wonderful idea a few years earlier to bring in the statutes of Kilkenny, which were laws that restricted what the Gaelic, the native Irish, could and couldn't do, and also the Anglo-Irish people, and how they weren't supposed to be mixing with the locals, the local Irish people, and one of which was to bring in a law trying to outban the usage of saffron, the color yellow. But other than that, I couldn't really find any other evidence talking and discussing about the restriction of colors in Ireland. Um, so yeah, it's quite interesting. Just give us a quick second, see if anybody elaborates on
Yeah. So I'm
colors.
just looking the slide that's up. I I think to be clear, the colors that you're showing are restricted. That's not late medieval. That's early
No,
medieval.
that's early medieval. I literally just have the early
The
medieval
Yeah,
laws up. If anybody's curious about
yeah,
that
that's
or how
early.
it could be applied,
Exactly, that's early medieval. So
yeah.
yeah, just because the title says late medieval of the slide. No,
Yeah.
that's early medieval, everyone. Yeah, we just don't have very much the colors. The color that starts being regulated in the mid 15th century, and I have no evidence of it being regulated before that, and
Mm,
with good reason, because saffron wasn't really widely available before that.
yeah.
It's only in the mid 15th century, and it's the sumptuary law I found was specifically for women,
Mm,
not wearing a yellow kerchief or a yellow, yellow veil, head covering of some kind, or a yellow shirt, because
yeah.
it's an English law. But it's specifically applying to Irish women.
Yeah.
Um, and then it starts, so from the mid 15th century on, all the regulations are about yellow, are
Yeah.
about saffron,
But
and no other colors seem to be important
this is the
for whatever
thing.
reason.
Mm.
But
But this is the thing, right, that you pointed out straight from the get go, is that the problem with the list that comes out of the early medieval period, and let's say if they were trying to, as part of the Gaelic resurgence in Ireland, would they bring back the Brehon judges, and they're trying to re-regulate and readapt all these laws into the late medieval period, is, as you said to me when we were having a chat just between the two of us, is the fact that some of these new colors are completely different to what they were in the early medieval period. For example, the interpretation of blue and purple is different to the interpretation of how it was in the early medieval period, and it's the same with the usage of black as well. The black is completely different in the early medieval period than it is in the late medieval period.
Yeah.
So like
E-
there's massive problems from the get-go,
Exactly. And
like.
actually, I had a thought about why I had a thought about why black was a peasant color or a serf color
Mm.
even in the early medieval period, and that's because I don't think it was true black. I'm pretty certain it was kitties, please stop playing in that loud paper bag. Oh my God, my cats are normally sleeping at this time.
Oh, it's grand.
I apologize for that noise if everyone heard that. So the reason black in the early medieval period would have been a peasant's color is because they had black sheep.
Mm.
And so I'm pretty certain that what they're referring to is the natural color of a brown or a black sheep's fleece,
Yeah.
because that's like that's almost as low cost as you can get, is
Mm.
leaving the wool in its natural state of color. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So but by the 15th century, black is a expensive color because it's true black,
Yeah.
and it's used, you can only achieve it through multiple dye baths. Like you can't just dye the fabric once. You have to dye it two, three, four, five, sometimes 10 times to get a really deep black. And also the amount of dye stuff you need to accomplish that depth, that saturation of color is vastly expensive,
Mm.
because dye stuffs were expensive, and
Yeah.
to get that kind of level of shade of black, expensive. Therefore, natural black, sheep's fleece in the first millennium, that's cheap, at least not expensive, relatively speaking. But by the 15th century, it's the luxury color of luxury.
Mm. And it's the same thing. I think it was either yourself or someone else pointed out that even saffron is quite expensive. So perhaps not every single free. Maybe you will counter what I'm saying here, like, but like I can't imagine every free man
No,
in the
no,
Gaelic
I'm,
world
I'm going to agree.
was able to afford saffron, because yellow was here under what was it called? Freeman. And yet, the saffron that we think of going into the High Middle Ages is saffron yellow. So perhaps maybe the yellow went into more of a noble class and stuff as we go into the High and Late Medieval period. So like the
Yeah,
interpretation of
certainly.
colors definitely changed. Even you were saying about purple, how purple was moved around as we go from the early medieval period into the later medieval period, because how purple was a different purple in the early medieval period in the Byzantine Empire, and then as we go into the late medieval period, we're dealing with completely different purple.
Absolutely, yeah. So, in the early medieval period, it would have been Tyrian purple, which might have been mistaken. That might be the blue that's being referenced in those Brehon laws. We can't know what blue was to people who were writing, to clerks who were
Mm.
writing those laws in the first millennium.
Yeah,
Their idea of blue might not be our idea of blue, and I really suspect it was Tyrian purple,
yeah.
which would have been insanely expensive. That was the color of the emperors, right?
Mm.
But as I've said before, in 1204, the Crusaders sacked Constantinople, and Tyrian purple production stopped forever,
Yeah.
like forever. No one else made Tyrian purple.
Mm.
So in Ireland, the color you could actually use lichen to achieve not a true, what we would think of as purple, a
Mm.
true purple, not a scarlet,
Yeah.
not a red purple, but a purple.
Mm.
And lichen, as you know, in Ireland, lichen grows everywhere.
Yeah.
So, um, you just go out to some rocks, scrape it off of the rocks, and then you've got your dye stuff.
Mm.
So, and I forget, it's a specific kind of lichen, auricle something or other. There's the Latin name for it. So yeah, as for the saffron, I wanted to address the topic of saffron in the Middle Ages was literally worth its weight in gold.
Mm.
Like one, you could literally have to pay the same amount ounce for ounce that you would pay for gold. So no, definitely not everyone was wearing saffron. Only the cream of the cream were wearing saffron, but there's other ways to achieve yellow.
Mm.
Literally weeds that grow all over Ireland, broom and weld, can be used to achieve a yellow that isn't as deep as saffron, But, you know, if you call it saffron yellow, then it just seems like it's a nicer color. So it could very well be that in a lot of these texts, and they talk about saffron, they may mean because it's been dyed with saffron, or they may mean it's a yellow that is made to look as much like saffron as they can. So, you know, it's the only way you can know, actually know for certain, is if you have an extant garment and you can test from the 15th or the 16th century, whatever period, and you can actually test the dye stuff that is on it to see if there's any chemical residue indicating that it's saffron versus weld versus broom.
Mm-mm.
And the problem with the extant fabrics that we have, they're mostly from the bogs, and the bog juice pretty much destroys the chemical signature that may have been left from the dye stuff
Mm.
of the original production.
Yeah.
So it can be really hard to know.
Yeah. And as I've put up pictures here, that's exactly what we're dealing with when we dig up some of these bodies. We're literally, this is the kind of bog color that we're dealing with, and we're trying to kind of work out what the original color was. Is quite difficult, as Rachel knows much more than I do. Um, that like you can clearly see in these pictures, like, you know, I can't see any yellow. I can't see any, like, I can see hints that maybe there's like a tartan color and stuff in some of these pictures I have up here.
Yeah,
Um,
so I included these to show some parallels between the extant Irish garments and the English garments. So yeah, the two sleeves, the two pictures on the right are the same. One's a detailed picture of a sleeve, and it is a plaid.
mm,
And this was actually excavated from the muck of the Thames River in London from the
yeah.
14th century. Um, and on the left, I included that picture to show the kind of hosen that men may have been wearing in that you see in some of these pictures that they may have been wearing in 15th century Ireland. But
Mm,
yeah, you know, even items that are just in mud, in pure mud for 600 years may or may not actually definitely don't look like they did when they went into the mud.
mm, mm. Okay, fair enough.
We actually have some questions. If you had a sheep or goat with wool that wasn't just white or had several colors to the wool, would it have been more or less valuable?
Mm,
That's a good question, Kaylee. And excuse me. Um, so for the most part, it would white a more white wool would have been more valuable because it will take less time to bleach the colors out of it. Because really what everyone wants, they want brightly colored clothes, right?
mm,
Throughout most of human history, humans are peacocks. We like to dress in colors. And it's only very recently that, you know, brown and tan and white have become the color of the leisured class. So I honestly think that it would actually be more expensive to process wool that is not light colored because you have to do more to bleach the color out of it before you can then dye it the beautiful colors you actually want it to be,
mm,
honestly. And that would also line up with the idea that serfs and peasants were wearing white or black. They were allowed those colors because those were the inexpensive sort of natural wool colors.
mm.
Is my thought on that
Yeah,
on that.
yeah. I definitely fully agree with you because it's easier to work with. In my, this is my interpretation, Rachel, and I'm up for correction here. Like, but it's easier to work with, you know, just pure white rather than trying to work with something that's, you know, slightly darker and stuff. Like, so yeah, I definitely would fully agree with that. Like,
Let's see. Then we have a comment from Jack. I've heard that saffron simply refers to the shade of yellow, and it was more common to have a variation of yellow wildflowers, mustards, even onion peels to achieve a desirable shade. Yes, exactly as I said, Jack. But in the 16th century, some of the laws rolled out by Henry VIII, especially, actually make it clear that he's referring both to saffron, real saffron as the dye stuff, and to color other colors that are yellow that might be called saffron yellow, because the wording of the laws is much more clear in the 16th century
just
than it is in earlier periods. It's clear some people are trying to get around the law by still dyeing things yellow and maybe not with saffron,
mm,
and so they decided to tamp down on that. The thing about sumptuary laws is that often it's about regulating consumption,
mm,
because sumptus comes from the word luxury in Latin, and it's about economics and trying to prevent your people from going into massive debt, spending money on luxury items is actually there is an angst about class distinction, but there's also an angst about our even our nobles are going into massive debt to outfit themselves in these ridiculous clothes. We need to stop it.
Yeah.
So, saffron was a luxury item,
Mm,
and you need a lot of saffron to achieve a yellow dye that is actually visually appealing.
mm.
And so I expect it was a question of making sure that not all of the precious saffron was being used to dye clothes and that there was still saffron left for food, probably.
Yeah, especially when you've got like a noble class in Ireland, both a noble class and a warrior class that's making a good bit of money from campaigns in Ireland, and then using that money to
Yep.
buy saffron to highlight that these boys, they are the boys, like they're of high standard within the Gaelic community, well, Gaelic and Anglo-Irish community. Like I could definitely
Right.
see that
Yep.
happening. Like uh,
And then another comment or question, did I just see Scottish trews? I think she's referring to, if we go back to the
yeah,
screen with the hosen and the shirt remnants, I think she was talking to the
is it
about
this one here, is it, or just the one I was at?
the one with the shirt with the buttons on the shirt sleeve and the plaid looking maybe. Oh, actually, I don't know which one she's talking about. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Let's go quickly fly through my
If it
info.
was the screen with the sleeves with the buttons and the chausses, those were actually those chausses. I provided those as a visual example, but those are actually 13th century
Mm,
Spanish chausses. But those that style of chausses were worn literally all over Europe in the Middle Ages,
mm.
and I'm pretty certain based on what I've found that they were that style was also worn in Ireland at various time in various places by various people who didn't want to go just barefoot.
Mm.
Yeah. The checkered one. Ah, no, those are not Scottish. Those ones that are on the screen. Yeah, nope, those are not Scottish. Those are Irish. Those were definitely these were found in. Shall I trigger
Oh,
people?
go
No,
on, do
these are
it, do
found
it,
in
do it, do
these were found in County Sligo.
it.
No, they were found in Sligo.
uh,
They were found in Sligo. So those are 100% Irish. But
mm,
interesting. I'm wondering why would you think they were Scottish? I'm wondering.
mm.
I'll be interested to hear the answer.
Oh, we're just about. Do you know what? That's a good way actually to start. I actually had somebody this week. I'm gonna take it from an academic interpretation because I'm not sure what the a person was originally trying to indicate at it, but they were asking basically, should we be looking at Gaelic sources in Scotland for the 15th century clothing? This person kind of doesn't really believe that we should be looking at 15th century interpretations of clothing in Scotland, and kind of disagreed with the picture that you provided, which is actually on the Irish Scots world in the Middle Ages.
Right.
So he was kind of asking like, why did you include Scottish references in your video last week?
Yeah, so that's a valid question. So I actually say in the video, I'm very clear that I'm trying to provide a visual, show the similarities
Mm,
because we have this suit of clothing, the one in the previous slide, that was found in Sligo, and then we've got this depiction from the Scotichronicon, which was this one was illuminated in the 1440s, and but what we know from the history book you're mentioning is that
mm,
this depicts an Irish bard
mm,
and and it's very I found it very interesting that even though it may have been a Scottish illuminator doing the art, but it could have also been an Irish illuminator
yeah.
doing the art. Honestly, we don't know who actually did the artwork in this particular manuscript. um, it's interesting that they depicted an Irish bard, that's who's
Mm,
depicted in this picture, in an ensemble that is shockingly close to the garments found in both the garments found in Sligo
mm,
and to the a church effigy that I also show in that video from the Gaelic parts of Ireland in the mid 14th century.
mm,
So that's why I chose to use that picture and show it
mm.
because it is supposed to be an Irishman, and it is absolutely likely, in my opinion, considering how interconnected the Gaelic worlds were, the Highlands and the Gaelic parts of Ireland,
Yeah.
that the person doing the illumination would have known how the Irish were dressing themselves
Yeah.
and how an Irish bard should dress himself in front of the king.
Mm. I
And
just, yeah. And I just want to highlight as well is that we're not dealing, this is 15th century world, and we're not dealing with the modern interpretation of nationalism. That the
Yep.
world between Ireland and the Highlands is very, very, very blurry. Like it was, historians highlight again and again and again for the O'Neills, who we'll be talking about again in a little bit. It was much more faster for the O'Neills to hop on a boat and go to the Highlands of Scotland than it was to go down to the south of Ireland where I'm living to talk to the McCarthy's or to the Fitzgeralds or anything. Like they were more connected. The O'Neills were more connected to the Stuarts in their court in Edinburgh than they were down in the south of Ireland, or even to go over to
Right.
Dublin. You know, it was much more quicker for them to pop on a boat and fly over because boats were faster. This is a period before cars. And so there is a massive blur between the O'Neill territory, the MacDonald territory, the MacLeod territory. All those territories are very blurry amongst themselves. And within a day, like they could wake up early in the morning, a member of the O'Neills, and quickly fly over to one of his relations, the MacNeils, have a chat with them for the morning and stuff for the afternoon, then pop on a boat and go flying back up home for the evening. This could be casual for the O'Neills to do. And so that whole world, the Gaelic world, was very, very blurry at the time. And it blurred into the lowlands. It wasn't a case of, okay, so this is the highlands and this is the lowlands, and you
Yeah.
can't cross that point. Once again, it was very, very blurry. And in fact, a lot of people, because of the likes of the movie Braveheart and stuff, have this idea that Hadrian's Wall, for example, was this is Scotland and this is England, when in reality,
Right.
that 100% was not the case. You have the people referred to as the border reivers, who were
Yep.
kind of the blur people of Scottish, they were Anglo Scots, and they existed in the blurry world between both the Scottish realm and the English realm, and they produced their own culture, their own laws, and their own behaviour amongst themselves. Even between the Scotland and England, they kind of had their own unique relationship between the two. So even between Scotland and England, it's not a case of, okay, so this is Scotland and this is England throughout the entirety of the medieval world. And it's not until we get into the early modern period that the border reivers are kind of moved on and they're kind of gotten rid of, and we start to see defining lines between Scotland and England. But through a good chunk of the medieval period, there is no defining line. And in fact, in this period, the 15th century, you have the border reivers, Anglo-Scottish people existing between both England and Scotland. Um, so I can't highlight
Yeah,
enough
I
that.
think I agree 100%. I think there's we live in such a nationalistic world now.
Mm,
And that we just, the tendency is to assume it's just always been this way, but it hasn't.
yeah,
Nationalism is a really recent concept. And it really doesn't, you don't start seeing that really solidifying until the 17th century.
yeah,
And then you don't see traditional forms of dress petrified until the 19th century.
mm,
So, yeah, 100%, I agree with you.
yeah. Um, a few people just elaborating on what I was saying as well in the comments section, and I can't see from my just quick glance there. I can't really see too many people asking any questions. If you do have a question, and I didn't
Oh,
see it. Just sorry,
we
go ahead,
do.
John.
So we've got a couple of good questions here.
Oh, nice.
This picture is fascinating. I only found it recently. Would this bard wear an undershirt? I believe so. I because and the lena in my opinion the lena would be the undershirt,
Mm,
and the inar would be the buttoned thing that you're looking at. That's
mm,
my opinion. Because unfortunately in the 15th century we don't actually have documents in Irish talking about Irish clothing in this kind of way.
mm,
But my feeling is that he would definitely wear a linen undershirt under this,
mm.
because if you've ever worn wool against your bare
Yeah.
skin, it's not fun.
Mm,
Um, and so absolutely, I think he would have worn a linen undershirt under that, and that would have been what in the sources is referred in Irish is referred to as a lena, and it would have been linen. It may or may not have been dyed yellow. I tend to think not,
yeah.
because it wouldn't have been seen. This is not a visual. We haven't reached the 16th century, which is really when the lena suddenly becomes this kind of garment of outerwear and open protest,
Mm.
right?
I think I have.
Then we've got another question. about embroidery. Where did it go? Oh, do we have examples of embroidery on clothes? For example, in some of the artwork of the dresses and lenas, it's hard to believe that the nobles weren't using floral motifs, etc., like elsewhere. Yeah, so it's funny. In Sometimes we're lucky and we get extant garments that still have embroidery intact on them.
Mm.
There isn't actually enough evidence to know for the 15th century anyway. I haven't found the evidence yet. I'm still digging for the existence of embroidery. It doesn't show up at all in the visuals, but that could well be because they were actually, at least in the upper classes, they were starting to use woven fabrics. They were using woven fabrics like brocades and damasks that already have a pattern in them. They don't need extra embroidery.
Mm.
So, but that would be in the upper classes. And in the lower classes, you don't really have the money or the time for embroidery
I was
because
literally, this was a question I wanted to ask you as Rachel. Sorry, I wanted to ask you as well. Is actually the embroidery. I think it was Yuki who asked me, or it was something I asked Yuki, because somebody made a point that you don't see a massive development of embroidery in Europe compared to Asia. Because in Europe, every single skill that suddenly jumps up and becomes really, really good in Europe are all skills that basically, and I don't want to, I hate using the word patriarchy and stuff, but it's really handy for men to suddenly detach themselves from society and just wander off and join guilds such as the stonemasons, various sort of blacksmith guilds, a lot of different guilds that specialize in skills and be able to trade that amongst themselves. And you kind of, Rachel can easily correct me on this one because you're way more educated, especially with Florence and stuff. But there is, from my interpretation, I've never come across any form of a guild for embroidery. And it could explain why you don't see a jump in embroidery in Europe compared to Asia.
Oh, so I don't know who got that thought. Embroidery
Oh,
was crazy developed in Europe in the Middle Ages.
oh, okay.
And there were definitely embroidery guilds. And men tended to be the embroiderers, by the way, not women.
Oh, okay.
It was usually it was a male dominated field.
Mm,
Women tended to do weaving, and I mean like silk, like narrow wares. They tended to do spinning and narrow wares
mm,
were their
mm,
jobs, and seaming. Seamstress is actually a female who actually sews the seams in garments. So the tailor handles the cutting and the patterning and the design, and the seamstress actually puts the seams in the garment. But embroidery was insanely developed, but it's just how it was applied. It was applied differently.
mm,
So, in the 15th century, you have this technique called ornuée, which
mm,
literally means nude gold. But what that means is you actually have these intricately laid, tightly laid rows of gold thread, and then over top of that, they put colored thread to make shading and figures on top of the gold background. So you have this embroidery that would literally glow in candlelight and yet also be colorful. But it's just that sort of embroidery was generally being applied to ecclesiastical garments.
mm,
What was fashionable in Florence, what was very fashionable in the 15th century was to have these giant embroidered sleeves, these or beautifully embroidered sleeves with massive embroidered patches on them. But in Northern Europe, that just doesn't seem to have caught on in the 15th century. In the 14th century, we have accounts from England, and I apologize, the account books that there may have been for Ireland either burnt up or are not yet translated into English or are sitting in a library somewhere, and I just wasn't able to find them.
mm,
So I can only talk about what was happening in neighboring England in the 14th century. Edward III's account books talk about elaborately embroidered garments.
mm,
But by the end of the 14th century, the import of brocades and lampas and damasks has increased to the point that I think there's a move away from embroidering your garments because you don't need to anymore because you have woven fabrics with patterns in them.
mm,
So how that may or may not apply to 15th century Ireland is kind of an open question
mm,
because on the Gaelic part, the Gaelic side of the equation, I can say more about the Dublin side actually. But on the Gaelic side, we just don't have the evidence to speak to embroidery being applied to garments.
mm,
I can't prove a negative, but I don't have evidence to the positive that that was a practice in 15th century Ireland. But the reality is that for the lower classes, they're not going to have the time to do embroidery. Embroidery is very it's a very time consuming. There's a reason that it was a profession. It's a time consuming activity, and women are working, right?
Mm,
Women aren't stay-at-home wives in the 15th century. They are doing whatever their family's business is, they are doing it. If it's they own weaving shops, then they're participating in the weaving or they're running the business, right? They don't have time to just sit around and embroider clothes.
mm,
So I really can't say whether embroidery was a form of decoration or not. It's not mentioned by the chronicles that talk about encountering Irish chieftains and kings and whatnot. They don't talk about embroidery on their clothing. So if there was embroidery, it wasn't enough to be noticeable,
mm.
I guess.
I can't see any of it. Like even the all the picture depictions and everything, I can't
Yeah.
see any embroidery going on because I've been asked the same thing. I even got asked to research it for the early medieval period, and the closest I can think of or even see is the Book of Kells. I can't come across, especially late medieval period and stuff. Can't come across any form of embroidery going on. Um, so yeah, I couldn't answer that as well, to be honest with you. Like, and I even
And actually, I mean, modern Ireland doesn't isn't particular. It's not a particularly known traditional craft, is it, in
mm,
Ireland? Embroidery? It's
um, not that I know of. Like, I'm probably going to correct it now if somebody in the comments section, like, but I'm completely unaware of it. I know it's taught within my female side of the family, like from my mother's side. They
I
have their
mean,
certain
yeah, I
sewing and
mean,
stuff, but
it might be done, but I mean,
mm,
I don't feel, at least my Irish great grandmother certainly wasn't known
yeah,
for her
same thing as well. It's
embroidery.
mostly fringing and stuff. Unless you
Right.
guys some you don't know any Irish embroidery or anything as well, do you?
Not the actual stuff, but
Yeah.
story-wise, I know that
Oh
Wooing of
yeah.
Alibe,
Yeah.
which is composed in a pretty, it's a Finn cycle tale, but it's a pretty late one.
Yeah.
I think that was like 15th, 16th century. No?
Yeah. 15th, 16th century.
Um,
There's a story. What's the story again
Wooing
called?
of Alibe.
Wooing of
Alibe.
Alebe.
Yeah.
Wooing of Alebe. It talks about women embroidering.
Well, they all gather in the hall and
Mm.
embroidering this helmet thing.
Yeah.
We don't know what this helmet is, or leather helmet or whatnot.
Yeah.
But they're just in the hall together, just embroidering away.
Yeah. And Elizabeth as
Oh,
well is on top of me as well with modern
but
Irish embroideries.
I would, so as a linguist, I would want to know exactly what the original Irish word was,
Mm, mm,
because often translators can get lazy, and especially if they don't understand medieval handcrafts,
yeah.
they think, well, it's embroidery, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's some other kind of needlework.
Mm,
Embroidery is a very specific kind of decorative needlework, and a lot of people tend to lump, you know, sort of all hand sewing into embroidery.
yeah. And on top of that
Um,
as well is
but
Elizabeth O'Connor
I
is on
definitely
top of
need
me
to
as
check.
well.
I need to see if I need to see if I can find a good, reliable translation of that story she's mentioning,
Mm,
because that again, I feel a little frustrated in researching medieval Irish fashion because I have to keep using the Old Irish dictionary
yeah.
because it's not one of my languages. For all the other areas where I research, I speak the language, so I can
Mm.
look at the original sources and not have to rely on crappy translations.
Aye.
So yeah, it's a little frustrating from a research perspective if you
Mm.
don't speak Old Irish.
So yeah, Elizabeth O'Connor pointed out as well is actually there's two embroidery guilds that exist in Ireland. Is that
Nice.
yeah, yeah, they're both modern ones as well. If you want to elaborate on that as well, Elizabeth, you're definitely more than welcome to do so because I find that very, very, very interesting. And Ghost as well as elaborate on that as well. Um, I think my wife also has another source again. Oh yeah, the book of the Bergs actually has references to embroidery as well, and the wife has another source as well, which I'll post up in about
Yeah,
you.
so there's a comment here, which is a good one because it's talking about 16th century, and I'm focusing on the 15th century. I want everyone to be clear that today's talk is supposed to be focusing on the 15th century.
Mm,
We know so much about clothing in the 16th century,
mm,
but I would be very hesitant to use any reality about clothing in the 16th century and apply it to clothing in the 15th century, because the 16th century is a time of fashion revolution across Europe,
Yeah.
not just Ireland.
Mm.
So, because there's a comment, there's a pattern in embroideries on the coton, the akatan. If I recall correctly, Vital in 1517 says Gaelic rich women had embroidery on the hems of their collars, and probably meaning of the lena of the shirt. Yeah, absolutely. But in the 16th century, they're basically everywhere in Europe, they're embroidering the hell out of their smocks, out of their chemises, their shirts.
Mm.
Everyone is. It's fashion that it's a trend that actually starts in Spain, and it spreads from Spain to everywhere else in Europe.
Yeah.
And so by the 16th century, you have everyone with elaborate either white work or black work embroidery, sometimes red work, sometimes gold work, and especially really fancy collars. So the parts, especially that are visible in the garments, get embroidered. But that's
Mm.
16th century. I want to really emphasize that.
Mm.
Then there's another question. For example, a long lena sleeve was colored or white embroidery. In the later periods in Irish fashion, we see the development of quite beautiful white embroidery in the 18th and 19th centuries.
Oh.
So I don't have evidence of big full lena sleeves until the 16th century
Mm.
is when but that tracks with the development of chemises and undershirts throughout Europe.
Mm.
Because in the 15th century, in the first half of the 15th century, these smocks, as they're called in English, the lena in very, as far as we can tell, based on the fact that sleeves are tight in the 15th century,
Mm.
the lena has narrow sleeves. Smocks all across Europe have narrow sleeves. And then the Spanish fashion is for full-sleeved smocks, and that spreads everywhere else. And so suddenly everyone else is having these massive sleeves, and the Spanish especially loved these very big open angel wing kind of sleeves on their camicia. So I'm pretty certain that's where that fashion came to Ireland also in the 16th century at the same time as it spread everywhere else.
Mm. Aye.
So in the 15th century, I don't think there are big Lena sleeves to be embroidered.
Mm.
It's something that's not commented on. Big sleeves is not commented on by any of the foreigners who come here, and it would have been because it would have been unique
Yeah.
in that era in the 15th century. And it's not in any of the visual representations. We just don't see these big sleeves.
Yeah, I've been asked that as well beforehand as well, is people asking me, did they have the big sleeves? Because a lot of people who do the late medieval Renaissance reenactment, they're straight away into the 16th century pictures and
Yeah,
photos where you see these big, long, narrow sleeves. And to be honest with you, I'd
yeah,
have to be in the same thought frame as well, because when I look at, and also Ghost, who's in the comment section as well, have looked at effigies and all sorts of. Let me fly over see if I can find the effigies. Have looked at most of this stuff. It's all tight fitted. Um,
yep,
Especially like maybe I'm just chucking it out there and stuff, but they are chucking because they're dealing with both the Hundred Years' War and the Wars of the Roses. They're looking at more conservative fighting on the battlefield, not conservative, sorry, conventional fighting on the battlefield. So from my interpretation, because they're taking mail on and off all the time, it's much more easier to have tight fitted clothes so they can put that armor on and off because they're dealing with bigger battles compared to the Tudor period. Although we have a few battles going on, for the most part you're dealing with a lot more skirmishes, and because then the warfare has changed in that period, I think people then can get away, especially on the battlefield and stuff, get away with more looser clothing, and then
right.
have those big, especially if you're a kern who's into skirmishing and dueling, you can then fight having the big loose open arms, rather than in the 15th century when you're dealing with the likes of the Hundred Years' War, you're dealing with the Wars, the Roses and stuff, where it's much more conventional style warfare, where you will be in the spear wall and you will have to put some form of armor over yourself. And if you were trying to put armor on and you've got these sleeves in the way, I don't think it works, but that's my interpretation, and I've got no real evidence to completely support that, other than
Well,
effigies with armor where people have tight fitted lenas and stuff.
right, exactly. I mean, that's, I always like, as I said, I like to speak about the positive evidence, and the evidence that we have with of depicting men from, early, the basically sort of the 12th century through the 15th century, none of them have big sleeves, and
Yeah.
it's not mentioned in any of the textual references.
Mm.
And so, and like I said, my real feeling as someone who understands European fashion through like 1,000 years across all of Europe. I mean, I really have a big global picture, not just of Italy, but everywhere else.
Mm.
The trend is that these big sleeves, the big shirt sleeves, come from Spain,
Yeah.
and then they spread throughout Europe. And of course, the Irish are not, this idea that Ireland is this backwater just makes
Yeah.
me crazy. Um, the Irish are connected by trade routes. There are
Massive.
ships that go there
But the
regularly.
Desmond
You know,
Fitzgeralds weren't backwards. The Desmond Fitzgeralds had a
yeah,
brilliant connection with the, what was it, as they were calling him, John of the Geraldines, who opened up a trade
right,
connection
right.
from Kerry. Kerry meant to be the biggest backwater in Ireland ever, even today, and has this trade connection from Kerry all the way over to Florence, do you know? And claiming, he
Yeah.
rocks up and he claims he's a Fitzgerald, do you know?
Yep. And because of that connection, I'm confident that at the same time everyone else is like is exporting, is getting the fashion for this big full chemise, this big full smock,
Mm.
that then, in Ireland, the Irish see that and they're like, oh yeah, we should do that to our Lena as well. Why
Mm.
not?
Oh yeah, big time.
And we want to have big sleeves too.
Mm.
And so there is no evidence for it predating that. And in fact, I sent you what I'm pretty certain is a late 15th century fresco, fresco or wall drawing, the kind of really sketchy one where it looks like three archers shooting at something. That's late 15th century,
Mm.
and there's no big sleeves there at
Right.
all. So, there's just the evidence really speaks that in my opinion, the same time that the rest of Europe goes, ooh, big sleeves
Mm.
for our undershirts, Ireland goes, yes, please, big sleeves for our undershirts.
Mm. And yeah, I actually have the picture there, the 13th century gallo glass, and you can see straight away, even the gallo glass, they have tighter. If you're looking into the 15th century and stuff, you can see that they're much more tighter around the sleeves. But then when you go into the 16th century, when they're in more of a comfortable position to go and skirmish and stuff, and they have pre-planned cattle raids going on and stuff, and they have time to move the lane around the mail and stuff, perhaps. Like I know the picture there, 15th century arms and armor. That picture actually is 16th century. It's not 15th century, and that's where you have the big, massive line of sleeves and stuff. So I definitely would agree that it's definitely a 16th century style of dress, not a 15th century style of dress. When it comes down to the gallo glass and kerns.
Let's see. Got a lot of good comments here. I'm reading through.
Mm.
Any questions? Oh, okay. I have a friend from, I'm going to pronounce it my American way, Donegal. He's my token historian. He said that Irish clan flags and emblems were a Norman thing only given to clans after the invasion in the 12th century. Do you know the truth to this?
Um, Coat of arms. When it comes down to that kind of stuff, I'm pretty sure they already had some form of identification in the early medieval period of identifying who they were, especially during the what was it called? The 6th century, when you had the rise of the Nail. Like the Nail banner, for example, is so simple. Like there's a lot of Native Americans who have the exact same banner, which is the red. It's the red hand of Ulster, and like I know there's a load of mythology behind that banner, but it's so simple. Like you literally just get a bloody hand, put it on a flag, and there you go. And that banner goes way back to definitely existed in the 6th century. So a lot of the banners and stuff go back to the 6th century and was a way to identify people on the battlefield. Um, However, they do get more complicated and stuff with the arrival of the Normans. And myself and Ghost were actually having this discussion, especially with the interpretation of coat of arms and stuff, because it seems like with the Normans and the English, coat of arms is very much people identifying they themselves as individuals. However, it could be a case of we're not quite sure if when we're going into the 13th century, the likes of the O'Connors and stuff, are they using their emblems and coat of arms to identify they themselves as individuals, or are they using it to define themselves as a clan? Because especially with the butlers and stuff, they're kind of chucking their coat of arms here, there, and everywhere. to identify themselves as a whole. And it kind of fits with the Brehon laws, especially even in the late medieval period. Brehon laws are very kind of clan based, where you're paying compensation as a clan as a whole. So if you as an individual, for example, cause a blood feud, you accidentally killed a neighbor, right? And the other clan, so if you're a butler and you accidentally kill a Fitzgerald who was another clan, instead of that individual paying compensation to the Fitzgeralds, the butlers as a whole would pay compensation to the Fitzgeralds. And that's how the Brehon laws worked in Ireland. However, if the butlers killed an English person, they themselves as an individual would have to pay compensation to an Englishman. So that's where the debate kicks off of when it comes down to identifying and coat of arms and stuff, especially when you've got letters going between the O'Connors to the English. Are they using these coat of arms to identify they themselves as a clan, just like they would pay compensation as a clan as a whole? Or are they using these coat of arms and umbrella, different forms of identification as an individual? So that's very debatable. Today in 2024, the coat of arms are there to identify individual people, like Conor O'Brien, for example, who's the head of the O'Brien clan today. He has his own coat of arms, which he wears, which identifies him as an individual. So from a modern perspective, it is a case of the coat of arms is there to identify them as an individual. Both the coat of arms back in the 13th century or even the 15th century is debatable. Are they there to represent the clan as a whole, or are they there to represent an individual? And when it comes down to these representative flags and coat of arms and stuff, the original lot does seem to be there before the arrival of the Normans on the island, and it's there to identify the Tuat as a whole. But it doesn't become a major thing until, as they were saying there, the arrival of the Normans. And the Normans did bring in more coat of arms, more identification and stuff. So it seems to be there before the arrival of the Normans on the island, if that answers the question.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, having experienced history across the world thanks to my wide-ranging living conditions and travels, most places seem to have, in earlier history, developed a form of visual identification aimed specifically, usually at battlefield,
Yeah.
battlefield identification originally, that then somehow ends up getting translated back to a civilian context of identity. So it would have surprised me if the Irish didn't have a way of identifying themselves by clan before the Normans. I guess the kind of crux of that question is probably whether it was the Normans themselves, whether the modern identifiers, I think, probably were assigned by the Normans, or if the modern clan identifiers or the ones that are known modernly are were given by the Normans, bequeathed by the Normans, or if they are a later development or an earlier development. But there might not. Yeah, go on.
We do have an argument and debate on so obviously, as I was saying there, the Red Hand of Ulster is a sign that they would have had some form of identification beforehand. But then the coat of arms that's brought in, the feudal coat of arms that are brought in with the Normans into Ireland, that's debatable, because we do have letters between the O'Connors and Henry III, and the O'Connors do actually have their own coat of arms. Well, they're using a form of coat of arms, but we don't know if it's for the king of the O'Connors, that this is his coat of arms to identify him as a singular person, or is he using this coat of arms to identify the entire clan of the O'Connors, well, his branch of the
Right.
O'Connors. And on top of that as well, was that assigned to him by Henry III? Because there's no proof to show that that coat of arms was assigned to him by Henry III. Or did he just make up this coat of arms by himself, that he had seen what the Knights Templars and the Normans were using and went, oh, that's what they're doing, I'll start doing that now as well to identify myself or my clan as a whole. So that's very debatable.
So, moving on, we have another good question, and one that I address in the video. So for those of you who are watching, if you don't know, I actually produced a video on 15th century Gaelic men's fashions in Ireland, and it is on Philip's channel on Irish medieval history. So if you haven't checked that out, check that out after this Q&A, because this is sort of, they're tied together. So there's a question here that I did address in the video, but I'll definitely address it here because it's important. I read that fashion was more older looking, slower changing in Ireland due to how removed it was from the mainland and differences in wealth, economy, and society. What are your thoughts? I agree with that 100%. What I, okay, so what seems to happen is that Ireland will adopt a fashion pretty closely to when it comes to England, but then it will hold on to it forever, it seems. So it's a combination of both extremely progressive attitudes towards fashion, really, exploring the new, while also somehow at the same time retaining what came before. And this is what makes it really hard to date finds of garments without actually carbon dating them, because you might find, I'm going to give you a real example, this ensemble from County Sligo that we have. It could be from the 14th or 15th century, or it could be from the 17th century, because that's how conservative it is. But if you look at the visuals from the period, a lot of the visual evidence from Ireland really lines up with, in the 15th century and the 14th century, lines up with what you see on the mainland. So I think it's a combination of both, that Ireland retains what came before for longer, and I think for really practical reasons. And also at the upper echelons of society, especially the fashionable set, shall we say, they adopt the new, while putting their own spin on it. So, and applying their own customs to it, shall we say,
Oh, yeah.
in the case of either going shoeless or not wearing breeches, for example. So yeah, I think both. Yeah, but
Yeah.
what are your thoughts, Phil?
Oh, the best example is, I know this is going more over to the Anglo-Irish side, but I think this is one of the best examples is the Fitzgeralds. Because straight away, if fashion kicks off in the English court, the Kildare Fitzgeralds are all over it. They're instantly have that fashion. And they also have connections all the way to Florence. You can see that with Silk and Thomas, where he's constantly in the latest fashion from Florence. And even when he's doing his sieges in Dublin and stuff, constantly covered in silk, even when he's getting arrested and that. So the Kildare Fitzgeralds are a very good example that, hey, look, the Irish are just as hip as everyone else. But then you have their cousins over in Kerry, the Desmond Fitzgeralds, that, as you were saying there, they'll pick up a bit of fashion, but then suddenly they'll turn around to that fashion and say, this is Irish tradition. And then they'll just stick to it for years, and they will wear that same fashion for a good 100, 200 years before upgrading that stuff. So I definitely think that the Fitzgeralds, although Anglo-Irish, are a very good example of how clans behave on the island. Of that, you've got one branch of the family that, when fashion comes onto the island, or fashion is happening around the likes of Italy or England, for example, that some clans are very quick to adapt to that fashion that's going on. But then you have other clans who will turn around and say, although they've got connections to be able to get the latest fashion and stuff, they will stick to the old fashion and just say, well, that's my culture, I'm wearing this, this is my like, for example, you can see most famously various clans up in Scotland with tartan. Tartan becomes very fashionable in the 16th century Scotland, and then suddenly it becomes this thing of, well, this is my culture, and this is my how I what's it called, define who I am. So I think I definitely would have to agree with Rachel with where you've got some areas with some clans that keep to the old hippity hoppity, and you've got other areas that kind of keep to their culture and their ways. So that's my interpretation anyway.
Yep. Yeah, it's very interesting because everywhere else in Europe just seems to kind of progress, but Ireland's like, we can do both.
Yeah.
We can do it all. We can
Oh,
have our cake and we can eat it too. A good question about orange. The question was, I haven't heard orange mentioned, or I missed it. Was it pretty uncommon to have orange clothing? Well, so then, orange and yet so Kaylee. So Jack actually says, he says, and this is true, that orange and yellow were grouped together, or maybe with red, depending on the shade. Yeah. So orange, or the word orange doesn't exist linguistically in any of the languages that I know. the European languages I know until the 16th century. And so it's really hard to know whether they wore orange as such because it's grouped together with other colors. Exactly as they say, it can either be identified, it could have been grouped under yellow or it could have been grouped under red. But is it possible to achieve orange with the dyes stuffs and the techniques that they had in the Middle Ages? Absolutely, 100%. You don't really, and the other interesting thing is that you don't even see orange, at least not what we know of as orange, in the artwork. But you do see colors that are sort of orange adjacent in artwork from the era, depict actual portraits, 15th century portraits, but not in Ireland. Sorry, but unfortunately, see Henry VIII, Oliver Cromwell, and 1922 fire. We don't have any color representations from Ireland of people in clothing in the 15th century. So we can't really know, but I can't imagine that orange just suddenly is invented as a color in 1502, right? In the which is the earliest mention, I think, yeah. So and that's absolutely true. So they may not have called it orange. So orange is a tricky one. And in living history communities, there are living history groups that will ban you from attending the event if you're wearing orange because they claim it's not a period color because we don't have evidence to the positive of it. But yeah, probably it was around and probably being used.
Yeah, you see, as we were saying there, like it's grand to look at early Irish law and the way the Brehons tried to apply it into the late medieval period, but we don't actually know how they would have applied it, especially since each area kind of has its own laws and understanding. And we don't have, I haven't come across, and Rachel hasn't come across any literature saying how the Brehons in late medieval Ireland were applying it into areas like the Fitzgeralds or the Butlers, because the Fitzgeralds and Butlers had adapted the Brehon law differently to each other, and we don't know how they were applying, reapplying the colours, or even if they were following the laws. Because this, like Rachel is pointing out there, it doesn't seem that the Brehons were even trying to reapply the old laws to do with colours into the areas of the Butlers and the Fitzgeralds, or
Yeah, it
even
just it just might not have mattered anymore at
yeah,
that stage,
it could be
because
just too
by that
complicated.
by the 15th century, signs of wealth are no longer necessarily the colors of your clothes; it's
Yeah.
the fabric of your
Mm.
clothes that matters.
Oh, yeah. Um,
Let's see. There's another question here. Oh, did Irish noblewomen and mer so I wasn't going to talk about women today. My video on women is coming out. So state there's a question. Did Irish noblewomen and merchants' wives wear chatelaines on their belts? I cannot answer that at all because I don't have that kind of detail of evidence for the 15th century.
mm.
Philip, could you go to the picture, the Strata tomb, the picture of the gentleman kneeling in the fitted coat? The one that looks very much like the Sligo outfit and the Bard's outfit,
I know the one you're
because there's a
talking about.
question about that.
Just give us a second. Did I put that on last night?
Because anyway,
No.
while you see if you included it, and if
Yeah,
you didn't, it's okay
I
too.
don't think I put that one into it. One second. Yeah, I don't, because I have the effigies here. I didn't put that one in last night.
Okay. So the question is, would I happen to know the implement hanging from the belt of the kneeling Enod wearing figure on the Strata tomb that you showed in the video? Yes. So for those who don't know, there's a really great effigy from the 1440s from the Gaelic parts of Ireland that shows a gentleman kneeling, the gentleman who's probably entombed in the tomb,
Mm,
kneeling in front of some saints and whatnot,
mm,
and he has this fantastic this fitted coat, which I think is probably the 15th century Inar, and he has a belt. It's great because otherwise we don't often see belts in 15th century depictions in Ireland, and it has an implement hanging from it that looks kind of like a comb. And what I think it is a heddle.
mm,
So, and I actually, some other historian commented that they think that this man was a tailor, either a tailor or a weaver, not a tailor, a
mm,
weaver, was a weaver because he has a heddle hanging from his belt.
mm,
And a heddle is basically, it looks, you might mistake it for like a comb where the tines are in the inside instead of pointing out.
mm.
And it's what guides you can't see my hands. I don't know why I'm showing with my hands what a heddle is. Um, and it basically guides the threads when you're weaving, and it separates the two layers of your warp so that you can shift the warp up and down as you're sending your weft through.
Mm.
So yeah, so Jack, I think it was Jack. I think that is, was that Jack? Where did that question go? Oh, it jumped. Anyway, I
Yes,
think that
Jack.
was
Yeah.
yeah, Jack. Yeah, Jack. I'm pretty certain that's a heddle,
Mm.
and indicating that he was a weaver, probably. Maybe could not be, but it it's highly stylized, and it's very obvious that the sculptors who are working in at least that part of Ireland in that time weren't certainly up to the 15th century, the state of the art of 15th century sculpting. So it's kind of a little hard to tell, but I'm pretty certain it's a heddle.
Mm, mm, mm. Okay.
Okay, other questions? That's the bottom. That's the bottom of the questions for me. Oh, that makes sense. Thanks. Hopefully, hopefully that was an answer to that. Okay. I think I've gotten through all the questions in the comments. If I missed a question and you had a question, please put it in the comments again.
Okay.
We're not trying to overlook you. It's just there's been a lot of good conversation. So it's hard to catch everything when we're trying to answer questions and monitor the chat.
Uh,
Okay, so where do we go now?
we next got a question on Irish sailors and also
Mm.
how a lot of sailors had belts. I don't think you found any evidence of the cord, was it the coarse cords that we see both in the early medieval period, and I think they reappear in a few sources as well to do with the gallo glass, which is quite interesting that they pop up with a source to do with the gallo glass. So basically, if nobody knows this, is that fishermen both in Norway and in Ireland in the early medieval period, and I think Rachel has a few other sources as well, if a fisherman got lost at sea in the early medieval period, what happened is that their partners, their wives, their mothers would do these embroideries on their belt and various other patterns and stuff around the belt, and that they would wear these belts when they would go fishing, right? So if their body, if there was an accident or something would happen to these fishermen and they got lost at sea, when they got washed up, the local to it, which later on would become the clan during the 15th century and stuff, will be able to identify who these people are and then be able to return them to the Tuat or the clan or whoever, right? So that was very popular in both Norway and in Ireland during the early medieval period, and you can easily see why, because they're very, very handy, especially to do with fishermen and stuff. However, we do have later sources to do with the gallo glass that show actually they were using something that's what was it? Described very, very similar to these same embroidered belts of the early medieval period, and that they were used by gallo glass on the battlefield to identify the different companies fighting each other. So if you had one company that had a green embroidery against one that had a red embroidery, they'd be able to identify each other on the battlefield, which to me makes perfect sense. And it kind of goes back to the whole how they would have had various banners and flags and stuff to identify who they were on the battlefield and stuff. So somebody was asking on those lines, is there any sources of that in the 15th century Ireland?
So I have not found, and I want to be clear that the available sources for 15th century Irish fashion are very sparse.
Mm.
So I have not found any evidence of that mentioned. They weren't mentioned by any of the foreigners who visited and made extensive commentary on the fashion choices. And in the few effigies that we have, they're not depicted either.
Yeah.
But and I just want to correct you, they're not embroidered, they're woven. The
Oh,
belts
woven.
are
Yeah, yeah.
woven.
Sorry.
Yeah, they're woven. Embroidery is a yeah, which is why I was saying I'd want to see whether the women were embroidering or weaving, because weaving was tablet weaving was something a lot of women did throughout history. But yeah, this kind of belt you definitely see woven belts all across Europe through the entire history. By the 15th century in Europe, the fashionable people are wearing rich brocaded belts, belts made of rich brocaded woven belts. But and we don't necessarily know what the lower classes were wearing, whether they were doing leather or woven. For Ireland, the only visual evidence I have for men and belts is that effigy that didn't get included in the PowerPoint, and it very much looks like leather there. It definitely does not look like how did you pronounce this? Is this Chris?
Yeah,
How is this
Chris
pronounced?
Cords, that's the one.
Chris.
Yeah.
Great, Chris chords. Yeah. Um, I have not, I did not find evidence of Chris chords in either the the textual references, either in the, the few stories that we have from this period or from the chronicles, nor did I find evidence of it in the visual record. My caveat on all of that is that what we have currently available, what I was able to find, is very limited relative to other parts of Europe. So I don't know what the evidence of the Galloglass using them are there effigies, or what is, do you know what the evidence for
Just
that
in
is?
the only evidence I've come across personally is descriptive evidence that talk about Galaglass, the companies going onto the battlefield and accidentally hacking each other up because one side saw a darker green to do. So what both sides were supposed to have a light green, and one side had a darker green than the other. So that side assumed they were enemy force and accidentally chopped up another. There were two Max Sweeney groups, and they accidentally chopped each other up. That's the only source I can see, and that just talks about a darker green belt. So that belt could have been, anything.
Right.
However, when this was Connor, who's probably still in the comment section, Celtic Templar, um, when he said that reference to me, it kind of makes sense that it was a course chords. Now, anybody who wants to disagree with that, you're more than welcome to disagree with that comment because it's pretty much up for interpretation, in my opinion. However, it also at the same time makes sense that you would have had people wearing the same course chords, both as sailors or Galloglass, or perhaps Galloglass had more fancier versions of it. Perhaps I don't know, um, but it makes sense. I just maybe Rachel will disagree with me on this one, but I can't see them, especially fishermen, just getting rid of them overnight.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah,
I I yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I mean, I I my feeling is that especially amongst the lower classes, that probably maybe can't, leather was expensive. I think people seem to forget that. And while materials are also expensive, it's easier to make, if especially if you know how, it's easier to make fibers to take the wool from your backyard sheep and spin it and then tablet weave it into a band than it is to process your own leather, because leather tanning is a real, that's a serious bit of science and chemistry. So my feeling is that it, especially for the lower classes, those who weren't necessarily on the upper end of the socioeconomic spectrum, they would have been more likely to retain these woven belts. It's just, we just don't, I just don't have evidence of it
yeah,
in the 15th century.
yeah.
Doesn't mean they weren't doing it. And what would be great, what I would really love, if we could just find some more 15th century bog bodies, please. I just, we have so many bog bodies from the first millennium, and we've got all these bog bodies, and I don't know what was happening in the 17th century, but people were just dropping like flies into bogs. And,
Murder.
oh yeah,
The
Ryan,
secret ingredient.
but if we could just find some more 15th century bog bodies, I would be so grateful. So if
Hi.
you're out there in Ireland digging in bogs, let me know.
Or email.
Yeah. But there was also a question about sailors' clothing, whether sailors' clothing was unique or not. My observation about sailors' clothing in the pre-modern period is that until the 16th century, there doesn't seem to be a distinction between what sailors wear and what people on land wear, because basically up until you start getting the real kind of crazy fashions of the 16th century, you don't need specialized clothing to be able to sail the kinds of ships they had. The kinds of clothing people had normally was perfectly good for working on a ship.
Yeah.
So it's not until you really get into the 17th century that you really start seeing the end of the 16th century and the 17th century that you start seeing like sailor slops and that sort of thing.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. Let me have a quick glance over the comment section.
Oh,
Um,
yeah. We've got some, we have a, what place did silk have in this period in Ireland? Okay. So the 15th century, we the materials out of which 15th century Irish clothing was made is unfortunately very hard to track because we either have some bog bodies, and those are all wool, or we have chroniclers, or we have observers talking about the clothing, and they apparently decided not to observe whether it was wool or silk or other. And we don't really have in-depth sumptuary laws that regulate silk in the 15th century. So my answer is going to be speculative, but based on the economic reality of Ireland, and that I know for a fact Irish wool was being exported to places like Florence. And I know that there were Italian merchants and in fact, I think actually, now that I say this, there was an Italian merchant, and I can't remember his name, based in Portugal, in Lisbon, in the 1440s, and he was importing Irish wool through Lisbon, and he was exporting silk. So I'm
Ah,
pretty certain, yeah. So I'm pretty certain that he was, yeah, so also hides. He was also getting hides. So Ireland in the 15th century was an exporter of cow hides, which shouldn't surprise anyone considering that cows were basically a form of currency.
yeah.
So I'm pretty certain that in Ireland, for those who had the money and the means, they absolutely had access to the kinds of silks that were being woven in Italy, which is to say some pretty damn nice silk.
Yeah.
Now, I've gone through, and this will be discussed in my video on Anglo-Irish clothing, the wills in Dublin that I found talk about only the very upper crust. And I mean like the primate of Ireland, the Archbishop of Dublin, having silken garments. And everyone else either has wool, or the wills don't describe the fabric. They describe the color, but not the fiber content of the gown. So, but we know for certain that the Italians were importing or exporting silk to Ireland, which means there has to have been a large enough market for that. So that's, I guess, take that information and apply it as you will. I can't tell you exactly, really, I don't have evidence as to which layers the silk would have been applied to. My experience with clothing on the mainland is that the silk could have been used on an inar. It could have been, if they wanted a layer over top of that, there could have been something else over top of, some fancy overlayer maybe. They could have made, they could have, if they wanted an English style cloak, then they could have made that from silk perhaps. But that's all, that part is speculative because I don't have documentary evidence to the positive to prove what they were making, that what the Irish were using this silk for.
Yeah. Probably clothing, given that Silken Thomas is running about like a lunatic.
Well, he's 16th century though,
Yeah, that's
right?
true.
Yeah. So yeah, we have to be careful. Is we 16th century Ireland, so much changes in Ireland, so much changes in Ireland in the 16th century. I mean, like on every level. That I'm very loath to apply anything happening in the 16th century to the 15th century. But I do know there is an Italian merchant in Lisbon importing Irish wool and Irish hides, and specifically frieze, which is basically brought. They're importing Irish brought. They're importing the brought, right? These are actually a high demand item in 15th century Europe, and they're exporting silk.
Yeah.
So there's enough of a market in Ireland for silk. For certain, they're using it in clothing, probably for inar. I'm going to assume, and not for Lena.
Okay. Interesting. Um, let's see if there's anything
See,
else.
look at Irish eagle was medieval Irish wool made from, I can't read that last word. Philip, can you? It's under my heart,
D-
stupidly.
was
From or
medieval
maybe
Irish wool made of a black face, beard, or other beard?
breed.
Breed. Oh, breed.
Okay, breed. Yeah, from the black race breed. Aha. I honestly, I'm ashamed to admit, I did not look that in depth into the not cultivar, it's not a plant, the breed of sheep that was used in Ireland to weave wool. So I cannot tell you. I'm sorry. I feel like a complete failure now.
Oh no, it's grand.
Let's see. Is there any other question? Oh, what can you tell us about the Tweegan? Oh God, I probably just completely butchered. Philip, how is this word pronounced?
Which one's that?
What can you
Oh,
tell us about the
Tegan.
Tuigen?
Clothes. I'm not sure which what was it called. Assuming you're getting that from one of the tales of the 15th century. Which tale are you referring to? Unless it's a find.
Yeah, I that would be new information to me, but
Mm,
something I can definitely delve into if I, with pointing being pointed in the right direction.
yeah,
It was not something I encountered in the sources that I had,
yeah.
which
Because
makes
we
me now want to
didn't.
go.
Uh, because we didn't go deep into a lot of the tales. Because Rachel here only had about how many was it 2 weeks or so, and
Yeah,
we
yeah, not much.
quickly went into the hard evidence. We didn't really delve too much into the tales. And the problem as well with the tales is it's very much up to interpretation. Um, like like it'll talk about like people embroidering into leather and all kinds of stuff, and then it goes into okay, so how are they embroidering into leather, and as you pointed out there, made of feather, something that's made of feathers and stuff. If you're talking about the tails, it's it brings up a lot of questions and debates and stuff, and we mostly during the research for this video, we mostly kind of just looked at the hard evidence. We looked at finds, and we looked at literature to do with solid evidence that we could use for the video and stuff. We didn't delve too much on the various tales and stuff.
Yeah, so the problem, one of the reasons I think I messaged you at some point, and are there any 15th century tales
Mm,
that are like were written down for the first time in the 15th century? Because the problem with a lot of these traditional stories,
mm,
and by traditional I mean medievally traditional even, is that they originate in the first millennium, and so a lot of the language and the description of clothing is actually referring to clothing from the first millennium,
mm,
even though it may have been written down again in the 15th century. They're not necessarily going to update the description of clothing or the clothes the heroes are wearing.
mm,
It's just like when we talk about fairy tales, when we talk about Cinderella, we don't imagine Cinderella in a Chanel evening gown.
mm.
We imagine her in, some kind of big 19th century ball gown.
Yeah,
It's the same thing for these medieval fantasy tales, which is what they are. A
just
lot
tell
of
me what
them are
that
real
is.
fantasy tales.
Aye.
They're
Color
they're
sheep, is it?
they're referencing
Oh, my
garments
daughter wants
as
to
were
run.
worn
Sorry about
hundreds
that,
of
Yuki.
years before. Yeah, go
Um,
on.
oh, Yuki, what is it? A reference to yellow sheep? Is it?
No, no,
What is it?
dark brown and white.
Oh, dark brown and white for a sheep, is it?
Yeah, but white was common, uncommon. Sorry. So
Oh, white was uncommon sheep
yeah,
in
yeah,
Ireland, so it's mostly dark sheep we're dealing with in Ireland, is it?
yeah, yeah. The black sheep has the lowest kind of a compensation price, as opposed to the white sheep that was like twice or three times more than the brown coloured sheep, the dun coloured sheep,
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
the black is the cheapest.
yeah.
So
So it's just Yuki's pointing out that black was very, very common in Ireland. Black sheep were very, very common, and we know that because of the early Irish laws, and that white sheep are very uncommon in Ireland.
Mm,
it's priced more
that makes
Yeah.
sense.
earlier.
That would also explain actually why there is why wool is also being imported into Ireland. Not
Oh,
because there were no sheep, but because they're probably importing white wool, I
yeah,
would
yeah.
assume.
That makes way more sense actually. And Yuki says as well is that that's why you also have the dung color as well from the sheep as well. That
Right.
you've got different, you know, standards of sheep, different colors. Would that be the right way to say it? But white sheep are very, very rare in early and late medieval Ireland. That it's mostly that's explain it why we're bringing having so many imports into the country and stuff from Florence, is it, or from Iberia, or is that from England itself?
Probably from Florence.
Okay.
Spain was not particularly known for its wool export, as far as I know.
Aye.
But actually, no. So the wool that was no, sorry. No, actually, any wool that was being imported in Ireland probably came from England,
Mm,
because English wool was the gold standard of wool in the 15th
mm,
century. It was long. It had a long staple, so it made really fine cloth.
mm,
So it's probably more likely, and especially the proximity of Ireland and England, it just makes sense that they would be importing wool from England.
Yeah, that makes sense
Yeah, so
actually.
I hope that answers. So this cloak of feathers that you say, so I know nothing about it, but I'm not certain that it actually is. I doubt highly that it's a 15th century garment. I
Mm,
suspect it might be more of. something that refers to, it's referred to maybe from an earlier time. And it might be a fantasy garment, actually,
Yeah.
entirely.
Silver
But
Kitty.
that's speculation. I
Yeah.
have no information on
Do either of you speak Irish? No, this channel does not
it.
specialize in Irish. This is an Irish medieval channel, but we don't specialize in the Irish language. Also, on top of that, I'm just wondering if I'm not sure how people can study Irish history without knowing. Well, it is what it is, Silver Kitty. If you disagree with my lack of Irish or early, what was it? Early was it Old Irish or Middle Irish? I suppose you can always unsubscribe. It's your opinion and option. What would Irish monasteries have worn? Also would have had monastic wear of ancient Irish, reasonable what was seen in the East, Coptic. I think it's mostly the Coptic literature and stuff is mostly from the early medieval period and stuff.
Yeah, so I don't think any of, unfortunately, I don't think you included any of the effigies that show the monks and the clergy,
Mm.
but the effigies that I found from the Gaelic parts of Ireland that depict clergy depict them wearing an interesting combination. They're definitely wearing the same sorts of clothing that would be of their respective order,
Mm.
because remember the monastic orders are international,
Yeah.
right? They're not local,
Mm.
so they have a specific uniform, so to say, and that's pretty standard from if you're a Dominican in Ireland or France or England or Italy, that's standard.
Mm.
If you're a if you're a capuchin, the same, right?
Mm.
So it seems to be pretty much the same as what they're wearing, based on the visual evidence of these tombs, these monks on tombs that I found. So
Mm.
they're wearing, the various layers, the alb, which is the linen underlayer, and then it's white, and then you've got this cassock-like overgarment that is no doubt actually made of frieze of serge. So
Mm.
that in Ireland anyway, that really nice Irish wool where one side has been teaseled to give it the fleecy curls. And but what's interesting is some of the visual representations from the 15th century, the tombs and whatnot, they actually depict clergy wearing this wrap-like garment that I'm wondering if that is, I can't know because there's no words attached to these statues,
Mm.
but it strikes me as the brat that we see being worn by other people as well. So I do wonder if, as a extra layer of warmth, the clergy were also, wearing the brat, and if they are, then they're wearing it in these effigies, and these, well, it's not an effigy of them, it's tomb art,
Mm.
tomb sculptures. They're actually wearing it so that it's, you can't see my hands, I don't know why I'm demonstrating it, so that it's like brought around the back of the neck, both ends, and then crossed over the front of the chest, and then either tied off in the back, or something is done with it in the back to make it stay back there.
Mm.
But yeah, so the monks are basically wearing the same kinds of things they're wearing elsewhere.
Mm.
Um, and I, unfortunately, I guess those effigies didn't make it into the PowerPoint presentation. That's okay. Um, there was another question about the 16th century stuff. Jack asks about the flat turban cheese mold hat in the De Harris portraits, and how I think a similar garment is the Kanvan in Vietnam could potentially help us in reconstructing this.
Mm.
Yeah, so of course, to be clear, the De Harris portraits are 16th century.
Mm.
And of course, there's always a question of how much is based on what the artist actually saw and what was described to him. If he was copying from someone else's work, we can't know. But yeah, that flat turban cheese mold hat. I actually am not familiar with the Vietnamese hat and its construction, but I do know that, having looked at it, I'm pretty certain I know how it's constructed. Are you talking about the one for women, right? The one that women are wearing, Jack? If so, then that is basically made of a band of linen, a narrow band of linen, very, very long, and it's just wound around and around and around itself until you get that 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 cheese mold
Mm.
style thing. I can't really say whether the how similar it may or may not be to the Vietnamese equivalent, because actually Vietnam is not an area of my expertise.
Mm.
I can tell you more about Thai clothing. I can tell you a lot about Korean clothing, and some about Japanese clothing from this period, but I can't tell you anything about Vietnamese clothing.
Yeah, the same as way out of my expertise. For this, what was it? This video, we're mostly just looking at the hard evidence to do with 15th century Ireland. We're kind of not going out of that perspective, out of area and stuff, because we didn't look at it too much this week.
Yep. So then there's a question. Jack has a follow-up question about the brat, how it was worn. And he says some accounts suggest it was a long piece of fabric folded and draped in a specific way to help make it thick. Is that true? So so just as I say in the video, the term brat appears over a large range of history, and it just means cloak. And how it is going to be worn in one period of Irish history and in one part of Ireland is going to differ across the centuries and maybe even across the decades. So for the 15th century, we have a couple of pieces of we have a couple of visuals. The one of Art Moore riding out to meet the Earl of Gloucester from about 1400, and that one depicts what I'm pretty certain is a brat, and it's just sort of wrapped around him. Not in a particularly artful way. And then we have, for visual evidence, we actually have some, let me see, do we have that, did that picture get included?
Are you talking about the Art McMore one, or?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
Yep.
that one, hi.
That one. Yeah, that one on the right. So this is actually depicting a description by a Frenchman who witnessed the meeting of Artmore and the Earl of Gloucester,
Yeah.
and then reported it. And so what you're seeing is a French artist's interpretation of the written word. But what's interesting is that in some ways the depiction is very accurate to the written word, and also definitely reflects some of the 15th century Irish sculptures that we have of specifically warriors. So, how was it exactly draped in the 15th century? It's really, you really need to look. I would look in the I'm pretty certain in the video that I did, I included a bunch of visuals of the sculptures of men wearing what I'm pretty certain is a brat draped about themselves in different ways. But I think what's important to remember is that the primary function of the brat is warmth. And it's to be an overlayer. And so how you would wear it or drape it would depend on what you were doing, how the weather was, what function it was performing. In the sources, it's used as a lot of different things. I refer to it as the Swiss Army knife of medieval fashion. It can, it can be used. They sometimes would actually, if they were out, on campaign or out in the forest shepherding or traveling, they would pitch them as tents. They were large enough to not like as a tent for multiple people, a one person, probably pup tent style tent, as we say in the U.S. They could be used to keep the water out, to be rain protection. They could be used to deflect the sun on those rare sunny Irish days. So they performed a lot of different functions. So my suspicion is, even though we don't have real solid evidence for the 15th century of how they were specifically draped, is that it was draped in a way that would make sense for the thing you were doing. Because, especially the Gaelic Irish were often doing hands-on things, whether it was combat or something to do with managing their household or their estate. And so you needed to have free use of your arms, you needed to be able to move around. So however it was draped in a practical way. But that's going to change. That's going to change from century to century. And if you could go to the slide with the Gerald of Wales illustration of the Irish High King being invested.
Yeah. No, this one. That one there, Rachel, is it?
No,
Brought, no?
No, maybe it didn't get included. Go back to the one with them eating the mare.
Aye.
Yeah. 1, 2 down. Yes, there. Okay, so the companion picture to this actually showed the king wearing, and this is 12th century. I want to be very clear that this is actually a late 12th century illumination. I'm just bringing it up as an example of Yeah, I guess it didn't get included. That's okay. The companion piece to this actually shows the king wearing a cloak-like thing,
Mm,
and it's actually not terribly long. It only goes down to about his hips, and it's broached around his neck.
mm.
So, and sometimes it's described as being semicircular, sometimes it's described as being rectangular. So it really depends from period to period. And in the 15th century, we don't have real clear guidance on exactly how it was shaped,
Mm.
is my point. There is a sculpture from from a church in the Irish parts of Ireland
Mm.
that actually shows there's a column, and I don't know if that one got included, that shows a man with a man wearing a hooded cloak, and that could possibly a version the how a brat could have looked in the 15th century.
Mm.
But it's and that one is very tailored. It's fitted. It's got a very fitted hood, and it's really full. And it the sculpture unfortunately is cut off at like his mid chest. The
Oh,
rest of it
this
is
one is it?
gone. So my screen's not changing.
Oh,
I
that's
think
the issue. Okay.
there is as usual a lag, so I'm not certain which one you're showing. Because I because on Discord it hasn't changed at all since we
Oh,
went live. Oh, yes, that one.
oh yeah,
Yes,
there
yes,
it
that
is.
one. There we go. Yes. Can you zoom in? Can you zoom in on
Uh,
that at all?
one
If
second.
not,
Let me
that's
see
okay.
if I can do anything with that.
This I'm pretty certain is a 15th century brat, a version. At least it is a cloak. It is an Irish gentleman, um, and it is from the Irish parts of Ireland. And so you can see he's wearing a
Oh,
hood,
okay.
and it seems that the hood is integral to the cloak itself,
Mm.
but maybe it's not. It could be separate. That there, you could possibly see that there's maybe a separate line around the neck there.
Mm.
And that's interesting because this aligns with the descriptions that we have from two different chronicles. That one is the description by Ramon de Perellos, who is a viscount from Catalonia who goes on pilgrimage to St. Patrick's Purgatory in like 1398, and he describes the clothing. And what he says about the king, he meets the king of Tyrone, O'Neill, and the cloak he describes as being a great cloak, which in which case I'm pretty certain in the original Catalan meant full,
Mm.
and it had a hood and it came down to about his belt, and that really looks like this. Now, he was writing in Catalan,
Mm.
which means that he's not using words like brat or inar or leña. So we don't know if that was the brat, but it is certainly a brat because it is a cloak.
Mm.
And I think it's really important that people divorce themselves from the idea that the word brat means a specific kind of cloak. It
Mm.
just means cloak.
Yeah, my wife was pointing that out as well, especially going between the early medieval period to the late medieval period, where in the early medieval period it's much more lighter, and then when we go into the late medieval period, and it could be what you were pointing out as well, is because we're going into this kind of mini ice age, people
Yeah.
are getting much more heavier, bulkier, what was it, brats and stuff, and putting them around themselves to keep themselves much more warmer, going
Yeah.
into this mini ice age, as you were pointing out.
Yep. So exactly. And so it would not surprise me if in the 15th century there are multiple ways to wear to multiple styles
Mm.
and different ways to wear it and that there
Yeah.
isn't just one.
Because you can see that with the Book of Kells, they're constantly changing the style of wearing the cloak and stuff because we're getting indications in the early medieval Ireland that there's perhaps laws on the way to wear the cloak and stuff, but then they're constantly changing that. So it could be just from to it that there's different ways to wear the cloak. And then in the late medieval period, it could be just per clan, like each clan has a different way, but it's all speculation and theory. And I've spoken to academics about that actually, and they themselves debate and argue the correct way on wearing the cloak and stuff. And guaranteed, going into the late medieval period, that would have been an even bigger
Yeah, yeah, exactly. No.
argument. Mm.
Yep, no, I agree. And I think especially this also ties into the modern idea of national costume, of
Yeah.
national traditional costume, in that we, in the 19th century, costumes being representing an ethnicity or a culture or a nationality started petrifying. And that's when we get the, what people think of as the Scottish kilt as being Scottish. That was all invented in the 19th century. At least as being fixed as a thing. And that's when all the countries and all the regions suddenly start having traditional fashions. So people want to think that the word brat actually means some very fixed, petrified style of garment.
Yeah.
But it's just a cloak, and it's going to change and it's going to vary.
But somebody else made the same comment, what was it, last week in the comment section, where they pointed out that it actually means flag in modern Irish,
Right.
which is the massive. I know a few people in the comment section there are having discussions and stuff about Irish. We're dealing with a completely different Irish to the modern context, and that needs to be paid attention to in this discussion. That 15th century Irish is so different to modern Irish. And even our interpretation of the wording. So in the late medieval period, 16th century, we could be dealing with an interpretation of brat that could be a big, thick, heavy cloak. But in the early medieval period, no, it's a light cloak that we're dealing with. That's just put on to, make sure that the rain and stuff doesn't completely cover the person. And that's why the fringed cloak is a big deal in the early medieval period. And it's the same thing as we go into the modern period again, where we have the Galway shawl, which some people would consider a brat, which
Right.
once again, that's far later than the cloaks that we see in the 16th century, the big heavy ones. So the interpretation definitely changes, like.
It really does. And you can't get married to, it's like Lena. Sometimes tight sleeves, sometimes long sleeves, sometimes short, sometimes long, could be anything. Since we're on the topic of, well, clothing, I guess is the whole thing, but someone asked how likely in Ireland would someone, how likely would someone in Ireland get their hands on a hat like a chaperone? So I actually did a short on this, and the chaperone is that round hat, the typical 15th century gentleman's hat that's round and has a lyra pipe on one side and a squid-like looking floof of fabric coming out the other. So there's actually and I don't know if it got included. There is actually, or if I even sent it, then in which case that's on me. There is actually a sculpture from a column of a church ruined by Henry VIII in the Irish parts of Ireland that depicts a man wearing something very chaperone-like. Seems to date to the 1450s. So it is entirely possible, particularly in the areas that are interacting very heavily with England, that 15th century Irish man may have worn a chaperone. And as I said, there is at least one sculpture depicting a man in a chaperone-like hat. Now, art can be dangerous, ladies and gentlemen. Art might not depict real life. Art might depict the artist's fancy. Art may depict a past fashion. You can't really know until you actually have proper portraits, and we just don't have very much of those from this period. And what's on the screen now are actually the Waterford rolls, and that's Edward III on the left. Actually, this is what's interesting about the Waterford rolls is that is the earliest depiction of Edward III. And it's him. This actually dates to the 1370s. This roll. And it actually shows the four, what I call the four big mayors of Ireland, Dublin, Cork, Limerick, and Waterford.
Perfect.
And so, yeah, so that gentleman there on the right, I don't remember which of those four he is, but he is an Irishman.
mayor
He's
one.
not an English.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Mayor one, exactly. Mayor number one. He is an Irishman. He is not an Englishman. And this roll, it was calligraphed and illuminated in Ireland. And we have so very few illuminated, fully illuminated manuscripts from this period of Ireland. I don't know what happened to them. I don't know if they all burnt up. Probably they all burnt up in 1922. Most of the manuscripts we have that have survived from late medieval Ireland are just calligraphy, really gorgeous calligraphy, and it looks kind of like something out of a Tolkien novel because it's Middle Irish. But they don't have illuminations generally. They only have the calligraphy. So when we have an illuminated late medieval Irish manuscript, that's a real treasure. And so this is an Irish gentleman, one of the four mayors. because they were actually Irish. They weren't English. These ones weren't. These specific ones. I can't speak like in general throughout all of the, medieval English occupation of Ireland, but in the 1370s, these were Irishmen. And you can see this is how they're dressing in the 1370s. And I know that's not exactly the 15th century, but we already mentioned that clothing in Ireland can be super duper conservative. And this is a kind of hat actually that I don't see in mainland Europe in this time. This hat that this gentleman is wearing here, I only see this here. I've only seen this early in Ireland. You see this style of hat much later in Europe, like at the end of the 15th century, you start seeing that style of hat. At least as much as we can tell based on the fact that it's an illumination miniature. Obviously the standard of art isn't exactly pure realism here. But that's not the 14th century isn't that way. That's not how the 14th century is art wise. Yeah, so it is entirely possible that a 15th century Irish gentleman would have had a chaperone. I have seen at least one sculpture depicting a head of a man with facial hair, which kind of tells me he's probably Irish. And he has a chaperone like thing upon his head.
Okay.
Let me just go back to these questions.
Yeah.
Would the brat be worn with a brooch in the 15th century? Ah,
No.
this this brings us to your question about brooches, which you asked me. Was it I don't know, was this during a live stream or just in one of our
I
conversations?
think we've done both at this stage.
Right.
And
Yeah,
I think it falls
so
off fashion, doesn't it? In the
yeah,
I think it's around
I don't think I
the
actually
13th
I don't
century.
think I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I depicted any brooches, but
Mm.
um I haven't so I have found zero archaeological evidence for brooches in 15th century Ireland.
Mm.
I have found zero documentary references to brooches from 15th century Ireland,
Mm.
and I have not seen any visual references to
Mm.
it.
Mm. Mm.
So when we see the brat represented in 15th century sculpture, as you saw there was no brooch in that one on the column.
Mm.
There's no brooch depicted on the brat that's wrapped around Art Moore in that depiction of him riding out to meet the Earl of Gloucester.
Yeah.
And what we see there in that effigy, which actually dates to like 1298, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. We see no brooch.
Yeah. I
Now,
think the brooch falls out of fashion in the 13th century, if I recall
yeah,
right.
it definitely it falls out of in Europe, in mainland Europe, the brooch is gone basically, and what they have instead are ornaments that can be pinned onto
Mm.
hats and whatnot, because they have different closure methods. They now have buttons.
Yeah.
They don't need brooches anymore. Brooches, I'm going to tell you from a practical perspective of someone who lives medievally for long periods of time and has futzed and fought with brooches on cloaks
Mm.
from all periods, it is much easier to just have some buttons that you button close than to brooch something on or to have a strap. Yeah, so my feeling is that probably brooches are not being used anymore as fasteners in the 15th century, but that's based on a lack of evidence,
Mm.
right? Because I have no evidence for it, and also that's not what's happening anymore in England or in France or Burgundy or any of the polities that are connected to Ireland in terms of trade and commerce.
Mm.
Let me see.
Oh, I got
More
loads popped
questions.
up stuff in it.
We've got so many good questions this morning. By the way, thank you everyone for having such great questions. This has been fantastic.
Mm.
Do we know of any styles from the period for specific events like mourning or more festive events?
Mm.
Oh, colors of mourning. Yeah, so that is an interesting topic because depending on where you are in medieval Europe, white is the color of mourning instead of black.
Oh.
I have not found any evidence about mourning practices in 15th century Ireland.
Mm.
So I sadly, I do not have an answer for that. Specifically for more festive events, the tendency for festive events, especially feast times, like big feasts, the sort of annual feast. In fact, Philip just published a video on the feasts throughout the medieval year in
I did.
Ireland, didn't you?
I did. I posted it a few last few hours, didn't I?
in I woke up to a notification from it.
Uh,
So I didn't have a chance to look at it yet, obviously.
mm.
So did you in your research on the festive events in Ireland, was there any references to kinds of clothing or colors or anything like that?
Not that I found, but that video is more or less pop history video more than anything else. It was there to keep the algorithm happy more than while I work on my, what was it called, video
Yeah, welcome
on the
to our
Butlers.
world.
I know, while I work on my work to do with the Butler Tolbert feud. Because right now I'm doing most of my focus is going on the research to do with the Butler Tolbert feud, and I'm trying to put together a video for that one. But I also need to keep sacrifices happy with the algorithm.
Yeah.
So I kind of quickly put together a video focusing on the basic pop culture we have on the YouTube, what was it, the old Google machine, and I kind of chucked that
Is
together.
is was May Day a thing that was celebrated? Of course, Beltane, duh. Yes,
Yeah.
of course it was, right?
Mm,
Yeah. Okay. So, May Day, as it's called in English, um, is Beltane the Irish word?
yeah, that's the
Yes,
one.
no?
Because we
Okay,
have
good. Just wanted to make sure
Beltana
that wasn't the
is
Scottish word.
the, yeah, that's the day we have to take the cows out to pasture and we start the cattle raiding and
Right.
stuff. Huge day.
And that's May 1st, right?
Yeah, that should be May
Or
1st.
somewhere around there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that is celebrated throughout Europe,
Mm,
not as a religious holiday, but as a memory of a pagan celebration from a long, long time ago. But it
allegedly.
is absolutely celebrated throughout Europe, and I can only imagine that it's probably similarly celebrated in Ireland.
Mm,
In mainland Europe, green was the color of May Day
mm,
because it's celebrating the incoming spring, the flourishing of life again, and so people will actually nobility as well will wear wreaths made of actual greenery of vines and plant life and flowers, and they will have green clothes made if they don't already have them, and they will wear lots of green, and they will go out and they will picnic. So I don't have evidence to the positive for that practice in 15th century Ireland, but I just can't imagine it would have been terribly different.
mm.
But what were they doing? They were taking the cows out to high pasture or
So
low pasture
that's
or
a
high pasture.
huge festival in Ireland where they're taking the cows out to pasture, and because they're letting them out to be free range and stuff, that all is also the period from Baltana in the 1st of May all the way over to Halloween, Samhain, where you have massive amount of cattle raiding going on, which, as you know yourself, is a huge part of Irish culture. So there would have been at the same time you would also had huge massive bonfires. You would have had various warrior initiations, and the assemblies would have also happened as well. So they would have also had matchmaking festivals as well, kicking off at the same time as well. So it's a huge
Right.
festival in Ireland. However, while I was doing my pop research, which that's literally what I would put it down for, there was no deep researching for that one. I didn't come across any colors, to be honest with you.
Yeah. So I that's and so I'm going to then I'll stick by my speculative, informed by practices throughout literally everywhere else in Europe, is that probably on May Day at least, green would have been the color, and probably they would have worn, wreaths of whatever local plant life there was. I don't know, peat, I guess, in
Mm,
certain areas. Yeah, to get out and celebrate. No, there of course there are wildflowers. I'm joking. I am just joking. There are of course wildflowers all over Ireland by
mm,
May Day. So I'm confident that people were probably at the very least on May Day there would have been green, and there would have been wreaths and wreaths of flowers and greenery, and everyone would have gone out and celebrated in that
big
manner.
time. Aye.
Yeah.
Something on those lines anyway.
Um, so we have what is your theory from Ghost? Thank you, Ghost. Great question. What is your theory for the prevalence of barefootedness even among elites? Fantastic.
100%. I'm sticking by the Rambling Kern's
Yeah.
argument on that one that it was for martial art purposes and to stop falling over. If you look at the picture there, I have, let me slightly move art
Yep.
back more to the side. We have a beautiful woman who's completely embroidered, what was it, decorated, right? Her dress and everything is very, very expensive for the period, but she's barefoot, right? And the reason why she's barefoot is because she's off in the countryside, and this is the 19th century. and she's off in the countryside. And if you look at the video images that come with this photo from the 19th century, you can see that these women are actually walking on very slippery, muddy ground, a very muddy surface. And so they would have taken their shoes off to not fall about. We also have video evidence as well from the 20th century. Sorry, I said 18th century. Sorry, the 20th century is where most of this stuff is from as well. And we also have videos of little kids taking their shoes off. So they're putting their shoes on when they go into the classroom, and then as they're leaving the classroom to go play outside, they're taking their shoes off. And when the person asks them, why are they taking their shoes off? It's because they don't want to ruin their good shoes for school, which pretty much gives a good idea that although, as you can see there in the middle example right here, these shoes here date back all the way to the Bronze Age. They're very, very easy to make. It's just easier, especially if you're living in the west of Ireland and stuff, just to quickly take your shoes off. Now, on top of that, including the Bronze Age shoe here, I've done some study myself.
That's Philip. That's a 14th century shoe.
There's another one from the Bronze Age, isn't there? The one that
Yeah,
just goes around the foot.
but that one is 14th century.
But basically, my point that I'm going to elaborate on is the fact that I have done experimental archaeology myself on it, and shoes, until you get up to the modern period of the 21st century, until we have rubber soles on the bottom of it, are very, very slippery. So I actually support Rambling Kern's video as well. He has a video of himself as occurred up in the Wicklow Mountains. And in it, he points out that it's actually way easier to walk around barefooted than it is with shoes. And the thing is during my own experimental archaeology, is that before the invention of the rubber sole in Ireland, it is very difficult to walk around the place without slippering all over the place, from my interpretation. And the experimental archaeology I was doing. And on top of that as well, because you're dealing with a quote-unquote warrior society where you have nobles that are expected to fight in the front lines, you have gallowglass, you have kerns, that when they're out in the countryside, because they'll suddenly be attacked, that it's much more easier to fight and do martial arts barefooted than it is with shoes on. That's my interpretation. And on top of that as well, I expect them to have, like I have another thing on here, city versus country dress. And somebody had done a drawing of two kerns barefooted in Kilkenny, which, to be honest with you, and maybe Rachel will have a different interpretation, I actually expect them to put shoes on when they go inside of Kilkenny and stuff. You know, I can't see why they wouldn't have shoes on going into Kilkenny and stuff. And I can't find any evidence to prove. If one thing, I can find more evidence to point out that they would have had shoes on going into settlements such as Kilkenny, Cork, Dublin, etc., rather than not have shoes on whatsoever.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So the people forget what medieval cities were like. Towns and cities, they were disgusting. I mean, they were. People were throwing their animals pooping everywhere. People were throwing their own fecal matter into the streets. You walking barefoot in that mess is begging to get an infection and have to have a foot cut off. I mean, literally, you're just not going to do it. It's not going to happen. I don't see that as being particularly realistic to go into. You know, if you're out in the countryside, it's very clean in this era, right? It's clean grass, it's clean mud, it's clean rock. But in the cities where you've got this concentration of human habitation, no bare feet. You don't want that. I really think also that we have lots of evidence. We have lots of there are lots of poems and stories that talk about elites wearing shoes, kings wearing shoes. They describe them feet as being in finely made shoes. Right? But we also, by the same token, have descriptions from foreign observers from the late 14th, early 15th century encountering these great Irish kings. And this is a depiction of them. You can see he's barefooted, and they are described as being barefooted. So my theory is that it's both. It's just like with underwear, you do whatever's the most practical for you and your current circumstances. You know, if it's more practical for you to go barefoot and, you're not going to get frostbite and have to lose a foot, then you go barefoot. If it's freezing cold and you're going to lose toes if you go barefoot, then you don't do it. If you're trying to cut a nice fashion figure, you wear shoes. And in fact, the one poem I found talked about finely made shoes. Like it was very clear they were trying to indicate that it's not just any shoes, these are finely made shoes. So I think it's sometimes they did and sometimes they didn't, and it depends on what's what.
Yeah,
But what's
exactly.
really interesting about this picture, if you look really closely, and thank you for enlarging it that way, you can see there are spurs attached to his ankles and heels. You can actually see the straps and you can see the spur jutting off towards the horse's belly. And that is also described by this is not the chronicler from this chronicle, but from Ramon de Perellos in his travel vlog. He describes the king of Tyrone and his nobles as wearing spurs on their bare heels. So sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't, and it really depended on the person, the time, the season, the place.
Yeah,
But what's what's strange to me though, as a practitioner of living history, is why the Irish didn't develop the patten. So everywhere else in Europe, where they were wearing turned leather shoes in sometimes equally literally shitty conditions, they developed these wooden or leather overshoes that actually elevate you a little bit out of the muck, or a lot in some cases, and provide you with extra grip and provide extra durability for your shoes. So it's really interesting. Patents work really well in mud. I know from personal experience. So it's really interesting that somehow doesn't seem. I've found no evidence of patents at all in medieval Ireland
not in
in the
Dublin,
15th
no.
century. So not I haven't found evidence there yet. Not even there.
Because I know
Um,
in Dublin in the early medieval period, there seems to be signs that there may have been spikes put in Dublin in the early medieval period.
oh, right.
But as you said there, I don't know of any evidence of that in the late medieval period, but I haven't fully looked at all the
Right.
archaeological finds for the late medieval period Dublin yet. Dublin is
Right.
quite interesting because at least with Cork, what was it? Cork, Limerick, Kilkenny, and stuff. It seems to be a case of people kind of moving in and out of the city, so they would have like probably a roundhouse or something outside of the city, and then they would have gone into the city itself to do their various businesses and stuff. So perhaps maybe because of the movement going on, maybe that's why you don't see those sort of developments. But that's not the case in the likes of Galway and Dublin, where people are more or less there's a kind of city versus country kind of because even letters between Galway and the King of England and stuff, it's constantly describing the wild Irish outside of the walls and stuff. So maybe there is archaeological finds there with shoes to show some form of high heels and all that kind of stuff. Um, so maybe in Galway and Dublin, I
Right.
don't know, to be honest with you. I haven't found any finds like that in Galway and
Yeah,
Dublin.
I
The same
haven't I
level
haven't
of
I haven't seen any either. But I haven't been back to Dublin in a very long time. And when I was last at the National Museum there, I don't know why I didn't think to reach out to the curator and say, "Hey, can you show me what's not on display?"
uh,
What if your medieval collection is not out in the gallery? I want to look through it, please. And I'm kicking myself for doing that. Philip, you and I, we just need to do our archaeological duo travels to Florence and to Ireland and get to this stuff that's hidden behind the scenes that we need to get a better picture.
Oh, 100%. Especially with the contacts and stuff we can make easily.
Yep.
But yeah, even
Okay,
then, go.
no, go on.
No, even with what was it? There's finds and stuff in England as well, where I was trying to research for different brooches and stuff for the early medieval period, and I actually found out the majority of them are actually over in England. So even in
Yeah.
England, there could be finds
Yes.
over there and stuff. They're hidden away.
It- oh, oh, so that shoe that you see, I'm pretty certain that's in the Museum of London. That 14th century Irish shoe.
Oh,
Yeah.
no shock
Yeah.
there.
So we've got another good question here, and it's a great one. Well, two good questions. One, Rachel, have you ever tried to make a modern rendition of the Inar? I have some concept pictures if you'd like to see them. I have not tried, but having now seen so many different versions of it through the centuries, I'm very interested. Just because I think I would look pretty spiffy in the modern version of one. I know it's not for men, but I think I'd still rock it. And then he follows up with, for how long was Gaelic fashion consistent, as in the Inar and Lena combo? So that's a very good question, Irish Eagle, and it's the same. It's paralleled throughout Europe. The base, basically, if you look as the Lena as the undershirt and the Inar as the coat, cote, or doublet in later periods, that combination is for literally a millennium. That is the basic combination. You have your linen undergarment against your skin, and you have either a wool or a silk overgarment that goes over top of that, the shape of which, both of which can change throughout time. Even in the 16th century, we still have that Inar Lena combo, right? And that seems to continue. I mean, even the 17th century in Ireland, I'm still seeing evidence of that. But that being said, the inat itself, the shape absolutely changes. You know, you go from big voluminous tunic like this one here, which, mind you, I'd like to focus to clarify that these finds are bog finds from Boxton, which is Denmark. But I'm based on the visual representations of the era. I'm pretty certain the same construction techniques and the same shape was probably found in Ireland as well in this era.
Yeah, there's a massive assumption that when we go up to 1250, that there's a sudden disconnection between Scandinavia and Ireland. And to be completely honest with you, although we have the Scottish-Norwegian War, that kind of sees a large disconnection between Scandinavia and Ireland, I don't think that's fully the case. I think there's still trade going on between the Scandinavian world and Ireland. And we were even talking about this in the last 2 days, how it seems to be like if you're going from Iceland to Iceland to Europe, it would actually be easier to go from Iceland over to Galway and then from Galway to Europe. You know, so there must be still movement going on and techniques being shared between Iceland and Ireland. I don't think there's a sudden stop. Okay, 1250s happened. We've just had the Scottish-Norwegian War happen. Now we can't talk to each other. I don't think that's the case, especially between the traders. Like
exactly, but also what you're seeing in front of you, everyone. This way these clothes are put together is the same way that this style of clothing is put together in pretty much every other part of Europe in this period. There's not a lot of local innovation in fashion. You don't really start seeing major differences in construction techniques and the way things are put together until the 15th century. And then you start seeing real, there's always sort of superficial differences from region to region, but in fundamental structural differences don't really crop up until the 15th century in Europe. And so for Ireland, in the literature, if you read how the words Lena and Inar are used, then they're used throughout all of the centuries. The Lena being implied as the layer that's against your skin, the Inar as the layer that goes over top of that, and that can change shape from era to era. So it's, I really think that probably that continues up until the modern era. This is my assumption because it's the same kind of thing in Europe, that you have an underlayer and then you've got layers that go over top of it. Basically up until we design clothes that can be tossed in a washing machine. And then we don't need that protective underlayer anymore.
Yeah. Especially to do with hygiene and stuff, isn't it?
Right? Yeah, it really is. Let me see. Enjoying this chat. Thank you. We've got, so interesting. Okay. Orange was covered by the word, oh God, more Irish. I really need to master my Irish pronunciation. Irish was covered by these two beautiful Irish words that I'm not even going to attempt to butcher in the past. Oh, in Irish. That's interesting. But then, so I don't know if Seamus O'Blaine is still in the chat. If you are, could you answer whether those words for orange only applied to orange, or if they also covered other colors as well? Because in Romance languages and in the Germanic languages, there were no separate words for them until the 16th century. Let me see. Seamus continues onward. He back to that feathered cloak. He's never heard of that word before, and I'm not going to. Tweesian is, I think, how she said it should be pronounced, but I don't want to claim that's correct.
I think she was trolling,
right,
to be honest with you. She got a bit too aggressive from the get-go. If you feel a bit emotional, as I said earlier, I've got a nice little phone number for you to ring. So there you go. Like I said it at the
Ah,
start, if you feel very emotional and you kind of disagree, take a step back beforehand, guys, and you can always call these numbers to talk to. If you feel that I should have a greater, understanding of Middle
Command of
Irish
Irish.
and Old Irish before touching archaeological finds, then that's your opinion. But if you feel you need to get worked up or anything on to do with it, I would advise ringing one of these numbers here.
I mean, there's enough resources. Well, anyway, we can get into that debate later. He's actually got some good points. He must be a fellow linguist. Oh, a fellow linguist. He says medial consonants are liable to soften in the past, and in vellum documents, the orthography wasn't always consistent. Yeah, so orthography is spelling. For those who don't know that beautiful word, yeah. So this is another problem with studying historical documents, is that it isn't until the 17th century that you start seeing the standardization of spelling in various, as you start seeing the rise of nations, then and nation states, then you start getting academies that can standardize spelling. So same thing with medieval Irish, he points out, the spelling of words across the Middle Ages is going to change and also not going to be consistent even in the same period or even in the same document. We have 15th century English documents where the word hurdle, which is the base layer dress for women, is spelt three different ways in the same paragraph. So, yeah, orthography is not consistent. Oh, pronounce more like Tian. Okay, thank you, or Tian. Thank you, appreciate that. Question, why did the hood there come to a long, thin point?
Oh, yeah,
Was
that's
it
a
a
good one
case of
actually.
not? If we could go back to that picture. Yeah, so and the other reason I included this set of pictures of the Danish finds from the 14th century is because one of the descriptions that is given, I think the description is by Ramon de Perellos, who says he describes the hood of the cloak of the King of Tyrone as having a long narrow point that is only a finger breadth wide. And if you look at the point on the back of that hood, it is also only a finger breadth wide. And so, yeah, the question for fashion that people often ask me about any given fashion is why. And the answer in the Middle Ages is often a combination of we want to do something different than what came before. Just we want to change it up a little bit. We want to make it a little newer, a little more fresh. We don't want to look the same way the last generation looked, especially if there's a change in crowns. If you have a new chief, a new king, a new prince, queen, princess, duchess, whatever, when you have a new head of the court, or whatever the name of the polity is, whatever you want to call that group of elites, then usually the new head of state wants to differentiate themselves from the previous regime visually. So very frequently, you end up with that's sometimes when you'll get a sudden change in look or a sharper change in what came before. So, that's one reason that things change. Now, the narrow point on the back of that hood there in the top left, that could actually be practical because you can actually take that long, it's called a lyra pipe in English. You can actually take it and wrap it around the hood and wrap it around your forehead and tie it off on itself basically and makes it so the hood is closer to your head, more tightly on your head. Let's say it's windy, let's say it's raining. So it actually can act as a functional item is my theory from doing practical living history in crappy weather. And having actually used the lyra pipe for exactly that purpose, that you can then take that lyra pipe and use it to help secure the hood on your head in inclement weather, is my theory. And a narrower point actually makes it easier to manipulate than a thicker one would in that case. Let me see. It's very hard to read old manuscripts. Anyway, my fellow linguist Seamus O'Blaine says, "Oh yes, paleography is an art. Paleography is old writing, old handwriting, and my 15th century paleography is decent, if as long as the hand is decent. I can read for the most part 15th century paleography until you get into actual handwriting, where it's not nice scribe text, where it's actually someone just drunkenly wrote a bunch of stuff really fast. I can't even go there. Yeah, let's see. Then Jack says, anything about hair? Ah, fantastic. Could we go back to that picture of the Kulon?
Cool on. Where am I? I'm down.
Anything about hair? I've heard discourse in particular about the
Yeah,
glebe.
doesn't it get there's what was it? Penal laws that come out in the 16th century against kerns and gallowglass having their hairstyle exactly how it is in the 15th century here, isn't it?
Yeah, so and says in relation the glebe, especially in relation to discussions around dreadlocks and appropriation. From my understanding, it's just a matted bowl cut? Question mark.
Mm.
Um, so yeah, um, hairstyles. So I want to be clear that the picture we have here is from the late 12th, early 13th century.
Mm.
So this is not a 15th century hairstyle, but this is what is called the coulon, and it is basically a mullet.
Mm.
Um, and it unfortunately is the style that the designers in The Last Duel decided they were going to take for one of their characters to represent that he was a nonconformist bad boy. And I'm just
Yeah.
like, okay, just take your modern ideas and put them away, please.
Mm.
What's interesting is that this gentleman is wearing a beard but no mustache.
Mm.
And that was apparently a style in amongst the Irish men in the 12th and 13th century. But by the 15th century, that seems to have gone away entirely.
Mm.
And I have found zero visual or documentary evidence of the mullet. What we start seeing in the 15th century are actually sort of like just below ear length or maybe even shoulder length, flowy curly locks and full beards and full mustaches with beautiful curls in them, which would be very fashionable these days amongst the hipster set.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
Um, so let me see if we go to maybe the effigy. Or no, maybe the effigy below, the very bottom effigy,
This one
the one
here.
of the soldiers.
Oh,
There,
you're talking
yeah.
about the butlers.
Oh no, sorry, no, not that one. Darn it, nope. That's okay. I guess the effigy of the soldiers didn't make it. That's okay. But yeah, what we see is if you go to the video, the video on Gaelic Irish men's fashions in the 15th century. If you go to this video, the pretty thumbnail there, then you can actually see a couple of representations of 15th century Irishmen and their flowing hair and their beards and their mustaches. That seems to have been very fashionable, and it definitely seems to have been, especially the mustache and beard, seem to have been a thing that distinguished the English from the Irish in this era, because the statutes of Kilkenny don't talk about clothing so much as facial hair and hair on the head is what they're concerned about to distinguish between the Irish and the English. And they talk about the mustache as being, Englishmen should not actually let their facial hair grow any longer than 2 weeks, is what it says. 2 weeks, anything longer than 2 weeks growth is illegal because we need to be able to tell you apart from the Irish. So in the 15th century, based on the statutes of Kilkenny, regulating facial hair and the haircuts, and based on the visual evidence from the 15th century, it seems that what's popular then is, sort of long flowing shoulder length, ear length locks and beard and mustache seem to be what the Irish are generally sporting, which is interesting because if we do go to that late 13th century effigy of, I think that's King Brian O'Connor, if I recall correctly, he has no facial hair. Yeah, he is clean shaven, and he has a sort of like just below the chin length hair. You can see that there, and it's kind of curly. You can see it is curly. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Yeah, you can see it's kind of curly, but he's clean shaven. He doesn't seem to even have a mustache. But that's the late 13th century.
Yeah.
So it just highlights my point of things are going to change from century to century. And then the 16th century, it's off the charts.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, in the 16th century, things changed. So I don't know anything about the glebe in the 16th century, and I didn't find anything about it in the 15th century.
The penal laws that I think it was Henry VIII brought in penal laws that bans the this style of haircut in Ireland. And then you start to see gallowglass and kerns growing their fringe out front. And that's mostly down to the penal laws. But I don't, as you literally just pointed out there, to be honest with you, I don't see any references of this even in the 15th and 16th century. So I'm not sure what the story is there. And I can see, like, if I was to put up if you know the traditional gallo glass picture that you put into Google that's done by that German artist, the kerns and the gallo glass in that one, which is in 1521, they all have the haircut of the back shaved and the hair growing out in front. So I don't even
Yeah.
know if the gallo glass and kern were having that hairstyle. Oh yeah, and you can see here in this drawing here as well, someone actually has that, the mullet look. So if people were doing the mullet look, I'm not even sure, to be quite honest with you. But it is
Yeah,
referenced in Henry VIII's penal laws, I'm sure.
yeah, so in the Henry VIII, in the 16th century stuff, he doesn't, what they're talking about with the hair, I don't recall a description of anything that looks like the mullet.
Mm,
Yeah. And if you look at the 16th century depictions of Irishmen by, granted by foreigners, but still, if you look at those depictions, I don't think I recall seeing dreadlocks as
mm.
such.
Oh,
Um,
dreadlocks. Well, it's in the debate and the argument for the early medieval Ireland.
right.
But in early medieval Ireland, there is zero evidence of dreadlocks in Ireland. You look into the Book of Kells, and it's a case of, I'm pretty sure, if we're looking at the what was it? You're looking at the reference. Anyway, in the Book of Kells, I can't see any dreadlocks, to be quite honest with you. And if we look at the Warrior of Kells, as he's called, which you can look up on Google, he doesn't have dreadlocks on either. So there doesn't seem to be any evidence of early medieval Ireland that there is any form of dreadlocks on the island. I think you'd be looking more into the Mediterranean, to be quite honest with you. And then obviously there's a debate in Scandinavia if there is dreadlocks, but that's way out of my field of expertise, is Scandinavia. I have looked at the Book of Kells and stuff, and I couldn't find any dreadlocks or any descriptions of dreadlocks in Ireland in the Viking Age. And I think you want to look into the Mediterranean, to be quite honest with you. However, I do think there is a debate in within Scandinavian academics if they had dreadlocks or not, and if it was a Mediterranean influence into Scandinavia. But in Ireland, I haven't come across any evidence in Ireland in the early medieval period.
Yep. Same thing. None of my research led me to encounter hairstyles like that in the 15th century, and it's definitely not mentioned in the statutes of Kilkenny or in the later 15th century statutes that come about as a way to distinguish the Irish from the English.
Mm, mm,
Yeah. Okay, so let me see. There's just checking the comments, just talking about how to go about learning Irish.
mm.
If you're in America, I don't know, Chance McQuaid.
I would
If you're in
definitely.
America and you have access to a library,
Mm,
there was a book, a pretty okay series called Teach Yourself Irish,
mm,
and it comes with, a listening guide and all of that. And actually, Rosetta Stone might actually have Irish as an option.
mm,
So if you're looking for modern Irish, obviously that's not going to be for medieval Irish. If you
mm.
want medieval Irish, I've got nothing for you.
Yeah. Just to highlight the fact that Middle Irish and Old Irish is completely different to Modern Irish. If you're looking to learn Modern Irish, I would definitely advise to get in contact. There's loads of YouTubers who are actually doing online classes. So type in, what was it, Irish or how are you or whatever, which will come across then various YouTubers who specialize in Modern Irish. And then from there, you can take on their classes and stuff. I actually might do tomorrow, actually, connect some people to various YouTubers who specialize in Modern Irish. Then when it comes down to Old Irish and Middle Irish, sadly, you probably would have to get. I don't know any courses done in America to specialize in Middle Irish or Old Irish. It's mostly universities. My wife actually, Yuki, did Old Irish when she was in University College of Cork. So definitely, it's mostly universities, I think, do Old Irish and Middle Irish. And in there as well, there's loads of books covering how to learn Old Irish and Middle Irish. But I have to highlight they're completely different languages. In fact, most academics would prefer if you had very little knowledge of, what was it, Modern Irish.
Modern Irish.
Yeah, simply because a lot of students do trip over Modern Irish or Old Irish, and it's actually easier to teach a blank sheet, according to a lot of teachers. Now, if that's completely true, I don't know. but allegedly it's easier to teach a blank sheet than it is a new one.
That's interesting. I mean, so I would say pretty similar about Middle English to Modern English.
Yeah,
And the problem is that probably just like with Middle Irish, there are a lot of words that are the same. Like we have those words in Middle English.
yeah,
We have them in Modern English, but they no longer mean at all the same thing.
yeah,
Not even related in some cases. So, yeah, I could see that as a linguist.
yeah.
Okay, I'm checking the chat. No more. If okay, so everyone, if you put a question in the chat and we overlooked it, please pop it in again. It's just there's been so much great chatter between you all, and we really appreciate your engagement and participation. But I don't want to miss any good questions. So meanwhile, while we see if other questions pop up, what other things did we encounter in the comments, Philip, that need addressing?
Comments? Not that I see anything of. I don't.
I mean, I meant under the video,
Oh,
the
sorry about that. Let me
yeah.
just quickly. So we answered the one on the should we be looking at Scottish literature, which we both agree we should because of the
Yeah.
connection between the Highlands and Ireland. Which then went on to the whole connection with the Gallo Glass, who go between the Gaelic world. I think there was one question, all right, confirming if the Gallo Glass was Scottish. However, you have to remember the Scottish would have immigrated to Ireland in the 13th century and would have hung around the areas of the Highlands and the Ireland. And in that period, there is no nationalism. And in fact, if you read the literature of the 13th century, the Gallo Glass do actually talk about themselves within the Gaelic community. They never once turn around and define themselves as either Scottish or Irish. And in fact, the MacSweeneys immigrate to Ireland because they sided on the side of Norway in the Scottish-Norwegian War, and of course because then they're fighting and disputing against the likes of the Bruces and the Stuarts, the Lowlanders. They immigrate to Ireland. So the MacSweeneys that immigrate to Ireland, they never define themselves as Scottish. They do define themselves within the Scottish community. There is actually references to that within the 13th century. So no, I wouldn't define them as Scottish, to be quite honest with you. Then we obviously covered the sailors and the Gallo Glass and the belt that they had wrapped around themselves, which is, if they got lost in sea and another clan had found them in the 15th century, they'd be able to return them because they would be able to define who they were because of the different woven belts that each clan would have had at that period. However, as Rachel pointed out, we don't have any solid evidence from the 15th century, but because we see it both in the early medieval period and in the modern era, these woven
Yeah.
belts, we're
Yeah,
assuming.
exactly. And in fact, I meant to mention that I think the earliest extant Chris cords date to the early 17th century, bog
Yeah,
finds. um, so yeah, if you've got that frame, right, 17th century, they're there. First millennium, they're there. It is really, like you were about to say, it's really likely that they were there in the 15th century, even if they're not documented with what we have available.
So we're just assuming they just didn't stop doing it, to be quite honest with you. And it makes sense. I can't see why
Yeah,
they would just get rid of that suddenly. Then
right.
moving on, we talked about the colours in late medieval Ireland. There was a lot of questions in the comment section, so I decided to bring back the early Irish law and have the same conversation I had with you privately just on the
Right.
stream to confirm that it's very difficult to enforce early Irish Brehon laws on colours on the late medieval period because different clan areas would have had different interpretations of the colours. The colours, even the dyeing the colours would have been completely different. So trying to bring in those early Irish laws from the early medieval period into the late medieval period would have actually been quite different. And it is actually trying to find out which ones were outlawed and what wasn't and what was acceptable and not acceptable is very difficult within the literature. So that's pretty much, you don't have anything else to add to that, Rachel, do you? Just before I move on.
No, I think that pretty much covers it. That the way colors were regulated in the first millennium is absolutely not the way they were
Yeah.
regulated in the second nor in the 15th century. So, yeah,
Then I just had a picture of a good few dice to
the
go
dye
with that
stuff.
conversation.
Yeah.
before moving on, people were asking for tips and advice on making Gaelic clothing for both the Ren
Okay.
Fair in America and in Ireland for the Living History and Reenactment. So any tips and advice whatsoever, Rachel, is always
Yeah,
welcomed.
okay. So let me just make sure everyone understands what we're seeing on the screen. So on the far right there is the Ballymote. God, I hope I pronounced that correctly. The Ballymote Bible, and it dates to right around 1400, and that depicts a king and a queen and their courtiers and children on a ship, and that's supposed to be Noah. By the way, this is how a 15th century Irish artist thought Noah looked. Um, yeah, but they're wearing very fashionable clothing, but these are Irish, and this was an Irish artist. And what's interesting is, they look very much like their continental brethren. The women are wearing what are called goiford veils, which are these multiple layers of frilly edged linen veil that drapes over the head and kind of shapes it really alluringly. They're wearing the men in this picture are wearing a coat, cote, a coat RD maybe even, what it's called in French and English, which would be, in my opinion, the inar in this era. And so, yeah, tips on making this. So, I guess you know what, if there are people looking for tips on making clothing in the chat right now, if you can specify what kind of tips you're looking for, because that's a pretty broad-ranging thing. In general, I would also be looking to the garments, the extant garments from England, the extant garments from France for tips on construction, on the kinds of stitches that are used. Because we do have this one garment, if you minimize the Ballymote Bible back again so that
Bring
we can
she
see
back
the,
down.
the,
Aye.
the Sligo outfit. And then you can really see why we think that the Sligo outfit might in fact date to this era. The problem is no one has carbon dated this thing. No one. And so it could date to the 14th century, it could date to the 17th century, or to anything in between. But it definitely looks just like the clothing we see in that illustration, and also in that tombstone sculpture that isn't included, and of course in the Irish bard from the Scotichronicon. So I would definitely, I would start, if you want to get started, if you're just starting and you don't know anything about clothing, start with the lena. Start with your undershirt, your linen undershirt first. Make that first, and then make the yeah. Yeah, we don't, that this might be Elena, it might be an Inar, the tunic there, kind of depends on, I think that one's wool, so that's probably a 14th century Inar actually, but yeah, these clothes don't come with tags, when we find them in graves,
Aye.
so the words we use for them may or may not be the words they used for them, even if we think it's the right word. Yeah, I don't know why medieval people didn't label everything for us when they put people in graves. This
I
is an
know.
undershirt.
I swear they had their own
So
lives to be
inconsiderate.
living. What the hell?
I know, so inconsiderate. No thought for the
Aye.
future at all.
None.
Okay, so I would start with the lena, the linen undershirt, and then I would move on to the inar, the coat, cote coat, and I would the the overcoat should probably the coat, coat, the inar should probably be wool, and with your fabrics, what are your color choices? Well, according to the chronicles, you can pick any bright color you like in the 15th century. Now, granted, we don't probably the colors that the lower classes were wearing were not as saturated, as deep, as bright, as vibrant as the colors that the upper classes were wearing, because deeper colors are more expensive. But still, you could have you can have lots lovely colors: yellow, red, blue, orange, maybe purple, right? These are all colors that are documented in the 15th century for clothing. And you will want to, for your linen, you want to pre-wash it. Wash your linen before you make it into anything else, and wash it on hot, because you will want to be able to wash the lena on hot after you make it, because the lena is going to take abuse. It's going to take all the nasty oils and skin particles from your body, and it's going to absorb those. And so you want to be able to get those out by washing it really hot, because that's how medieval laundresses worked. They boiled the hell out of the linen undergarments, and then they laid them on the grass to bleach in the sun, also so that the oxygen being released by the grass from photosynthesis would help bleach the garments white again. Now, granted, if it's dyed yellow, you can't do that anymore. And that's why I think it isn't until later that the Lena starts really becoming yellow, and that you start getting these reports in the 16th century of people only washing their Lena once a year.
Oh,
And that I'll be I'll be frank with you. I don't care how antimicrobial saffron is supposed to be as a dye stuff. I just can't even go there.
yeah, I was just thinking that, especially now that I'm getting older now, I definitely clean everything. You know, I try to go for once a day, but like, I guess we're sweaty sometimes. You want to go for twice. Like, never mind trying to never wash the thing.
Right?
Mm.
But yeah, so for making these clothes, you can definitely look here at the Sligo ensemble for your tips. You've got trews here. Trews are basically hosen and breeches put together. So you can see the upper part is just a plain wool. Those would be breeches in the rest of Europe, and they would be separate from the lower part covering the legs. But there seems to have been a practice in Ireland to continue wearing trews when everyone else in Europe had gone to separate hosen.
Because they're awesome.
And yeah, and for the lower part of your legs, you can see because the pattern of that plaid, the check is actually diagonal, they've actually cut it on the bias. And that's on purpose so that it creates bias stretch, so that it will actually mold to the shape of your legs and not just be big and baggy, and you can get it over the narrow parts of your ankles and knees. So you'll want to cut those on the bias, and that basically means that instead of cutting, you can't see my hands, I don't know why I'm showing anything. Instead of laying your pattern out on the grain, on the lining up with the warp and the weft squarely, you rotate your fabric, or you rotate your pattern 90 degrees so that it goes diagonally across the grain of the fabric, and that is what gives you that bias cut stretch. Um, yeah, but whether it's Gaelic clothing or any other medieval clothing, start with the underlayer, the simplest layer, the lena, and work your way out. And for the pattern for your lena, you can look to the geometric construction. If we go to the Denmark finds on the next page, yeah, you can use a geometric construction style like this, which means it's made of triangles and rectangles. Or you can do a more basic just rectangles, rectangles for the arms, rectangles for the bodies, make it big enough so that it can get over your head, be pulled over your head, because the lena, just like the smock, just like the kamicha, just like the chemise elsewhere in Europe, did not close. It did not have closures. It was an over the head situation. So you want to make it voluminous enough that it can go over your head, but not so voluminous that it makes you look like the Michelin Man when you put your inner over top of it.
Oh, I.
Yeah. um, Let me see. Oh, sorry, I'm mispronouncing it again, Philip. He
Oh,
says I
just
should
like,
say it unar, but I think I read that um
what's that, Rachel?
yeah, let me see.
Oh,
Sorry, I read when I was reading for the medieval pronunciation of of the word ionar, that in some places it is pronounced unar, but in other places it's pronounced inar, and other places it's pronounced inar.
yeah, because there's three dialects as well. You've got Munster, Connacht,
Right,
Ulster,
exactly.
and Leinster Irish. And then, depending on the area, then it depends on even the spelling. This is where it gets quite difficult then going into the early modern period, because we have people who are writing stuff down, but they're writing it down the way that they assume the pronunciation is. So the writing can be
Right.
all mental going into the early modern period, because at least in the Old Irish and the Middle Irish, and Seamus will probably correct me on this one here, at least you have monks that somewhat kind of, and Yuki's next door, she'll probably correct me as well. Um, you have monks that somewhat, give a standard version of Irish, but the problem then when Yuki, no, it's not. Okay, so Old Irish is a free for all. So yeah, you have different places that have different pronunciations, as Yuki pointed out there, Old Irish. Yeah, English is. Oh, yes, English is exactly the same in the
Oh,
entirety
it
of the
is.
medieval period. It's not till the
It,
Victorian era that they standardize English into Queen's English. And then they make out
Yep.
that they always had Queen's English. Yeah, I remember that one.
Yep.
Because you used to have Londoners that left London and they would literally just go outside of the walls of London and they would have the word egg, which was completely different to what they had inside of the walls of London. So they couldn't even get far, the English themselves. So it's not, and that's during the medieval period where they had problems
Yeah, it
and
is.
complained about centralizing the language, and they don't centralize language until the Victorian era where they have Queen's English. And still today,
Yeah.
England's still broken up to so many different accents and slangs. So it's not even like they fully
Oh,
revolutionized themselves.
it really is. And you know, as someone who's studied a lot of 15th century English documents, original English documents, I can tell where a document is from based on the kind of English they're using.
Mm,
And it's absolutely true that it's not even, sometimes, in some cases, it's not even mutually intelligible
mm,
in the 15th century. So, you know, if Chaucer, basically what we're speaking is more or less Chaucer's English.
mm.
Um, people say, well, we're speaking Shakespeare's English. Well, actually, Shakespeare was writing things the way he was thanks to Chaucer's English.
Yeah.
Um,
Never
and
mind
but
Hiberno
that's the
English and what was it, Sligo?
right, exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I apologize for any variations in pronunciation. I'm going based on what I read
Uh,
in the Old English dictionary for this word, so that
mm.
maybe is also not the modern pronunciation. Um,
And then we've
yeah.
got the one on Archibald More Cavenagh, and where most of the references come from with the 14th century literature. And maybe Rachel knows of other references that people were looking for, but this was the main reference that people were looking for the 14th century in 1399. When you
Yeah.
have, where's Art MacMora? Bum, 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 bum. There he is.
It's on that the one with the shoe. Yeah,
Yeah.
there it is.
So there's Art MacMora, and there's
Yeah.
also a description that's done by a Frenchman, and people were asking for that reference, and there he is. So that's the reference there, and that's his
Yeah, so
reference book.
That's Jean Creton,
Mm,
and yeah, he was present. He was actually present for the meeting of for the campaigns, the Richard II's campaigns and his various activities there. So he was actually present for that, and he, had it chronicled and had it published up in this history of the King of Richard, the King of England, basically.
mm,
Um, and then the other source, the third source that I found was in Froissart, Jean Froissart, who was a great chronicler of the 14th and 15th century. He wrote chronicles of France, of England, and of Ireland.
mm,
And he actually interviewed one of Richard II's retainers and I guess deputies in Ireland, and Henry Castide,
mm,
who was sent by Richard to civilize the four kings of Ireland
mm,
in preparation for their knighting and submission to Richard II. And yeah, so his all three, the two of those three seem very scandalized
mm,
by the sartorial customs, the dress habits of these kings, as they call them,
mm,
because they both observed, two of the three observed that they wore no shoes, and that wear, which are underpants like we would understand them,
mm,
and that they refused to wear fur, and they were really and the Ramon de Perellos even talks about how scandalously exposed the private parts were of the
mm.
men and the women. Granted, who knows what that means? What he the shameful parts, I
I,
think he
I
calls them.
I'm
Um,
assuming as well, and I'd like to know your interpretation. Is it a case of Gerald de Wales again, where we're looking at a very biased source, or can we take this at face
Right.
value?
So, and it's funny because Gerald of Wales, he gives he gives a fairly in one at one level, except for the eating of the mare meat part, which is a little disturbing. But
Mm,
when he talks about their clothing, his description is pretty objective
mm,
sounding. It's there's no judgment or bias in it. He literally just describes them. He describes wear shrews actually, and what he describes look exactly like the Sligo man's trews, like
mm,
exactly like them. And so his description of their clothing doesn't seem to be biased. I think in the case of our other two European sources, our Frenchman and our Catalan, it's I think they're not, it's not an intentional bias against the Irish. I don't think that at all. I think it's just shocking to them that
Okay.
things are so different.
Mm.
So it's unlike the English, and especially the see, I, unlike especially the 16th century English, where they're really starting to lay on the prejudice.
Yeah.
Um, in 1400, the continent doesn't have that attitude towards the Irish.
Mm.
They tend to react to things just objectively as they see them, which is to them it's
Mm.
shocking that these parts are being shown.
Yeah.
But what Ramon de Perellos doesn't say is what exactly these shameful parts are. So we'd have to go and figure out what 1400 Catalan mores are,
Mm.
and then figure out how that may apply to his definition of going about naked or
Yeah.
unclothed. And, honestly, the term naked or unclothed might not mean to the skin.
Yeah.
That
'Cause
could just mean that they're wearing nothing but lenas,
yeah,
right?
because if you look at the source material for the Battle of Stokefield in 1487, which that book is actually coming out in August, um, I'm hopefully, I swear to God, if I can get a hold of the writer to that, because he's actually friends with Matt Easton and a few other people within the late medieval circles. So Rachel probably knows the writer, but hopefully I get in contact with himself. In the Battle of Stokefield, the references to that, they actually said the Kerns were naked, and they're not naked. They're actually dressed exactly like they are in this picture, with axes
Right.
and shields. In the battle itself, the reason why the Kerns are naked is because they're trying to run as fast as they can to take a certain spot before the English take it. So they probably disposed of their armor so they can take that certain spot as quick as they can. But then they get hit by the longbowmen, and then the full plate armor men come in and they just wipe them off the field, right? And the reason why they refer to them as naked and highlight them as naked is that they're trying to express the fact that they're not having any armor on. And so what that tells us is that the interpretation of the word naked varies depending on the context.
Right, exactly. And
Mm.
yeah, exactly. Naked can mean, for example, your sword is out of the sheath if it's a naked sword.
Mm.
Or yeah, if it's a warrior and he's naked, probably he's not wearing armor.
Yeah.
So and it's the same thing with the idea of these people being naked. I really feel like that probably means they're only wearing what we would call an undershirt. In this case in Ireland would be a lena, in England would be a smock, in Spain it would be a camisa. Right. So if that's all you're wearing on mainland Europe, you are basically naked.
Yep.
That is that is not acceptable clothing on the
Mm.
mainland.
But it can
Okay.
vary. Let me see now. I think these were just other references that were chucked in, and then we covered the part of no shoes and shoes, which brought me on to the whole thing of city versus country dress. And I just one more thing I want to add as well, and I just want to get Rachel's interpretation on this. Because even last night, as I was looking at the photos, and in particular the Kerns, people are, in my opinion, and Rachel, you're allowed to like completely disagree with what I'm about to say, but I feel the Kerns would have dressed completely different in the countryside, where they're referred to as the Wild Irish and Wood Kerns, to how they would have dressed in settlements such as Waterford, Dublin, what was it, Limerick, Galway, etc. Especially when they're hired by the likes of the Fitzgeralds and Butlers as retainer kerns in the 15th, sorry, yeah, in the 15th century. I think they would have, to be honest with you, and this is my interpretation. I don't have any evidence to support this, but I think they would have dressed more in the English wear when going into settlements, so not to arouse any kind of like aggression towards them or anything. And I feel a lot of the Gaelic would have had different sets of clothing, and that we kind of have this idea that Gaelic people only had one set of clothing, but perhaps in reality they may have had multiple sets depending on the circumstances that they were in. And also I think that as well, just because of the statutes of Kilkenny and the fact that some of these people would have gone into English assemblies and the Irish Parliament wearing English clothing, so they wouldn't have, annoyed the English coming to visit them and stuff. That's just my speculation. I don't have any evidence to support that, really.
Well, I mean, I think in general, I agree with that assessment. I also think that probably is more, I think that there's this sharp distinction. My impression is that the cairn clothing doesn't, or manner of dressing, does not become what I would call really punk until the 16th century.
Yeah.
And because that coincides with the whole rise of vast diversity of fashion across Europe, not just Ireland, but
Ah.
also it aligns with the Irish trying to really distinguish themselves from the English because the English are being right bastards, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, the Tudor
um,
conquest of
you know,
Ireland as
Henry
well.
has come in, and Henry has come in and has just like, laid waste to all of these monasteries and destroyed so much. And, there's definitely this reaction to that. So I feel that, that probably applies especially to the 16th century. My feeling on the cairn is that in the 15th century they weren't dressing very, it wasn't such a radical difference in dress. Now, granted, if they're going into like Dublin,
Mm,
then probably, yeah. I think especially if they're being hired as retainers,
yeah.
then they're going to go with whatever is very fashionable there. And it's
Mm,
definitely, they're going to start wearing shoes.
yeah.
They're going, they're going to, they're going to wear hosen, and they're going to wear a doublet that laces into the hosen or into which the hosen lace. And they're going to wear a gown, which is the word for the thing that goes over top, the
Mm.
English word for the thing that goes over top of the doublet, right? So, yeah, I think that's probably true, especially if they're retaining for the Fitzgeralds, who are kind of known to be flashy fancies.
Yeah, especially the Fitzgeralds themselves and names like Silken Thomas and stuff. You would expect a certain level of showing off. And this is kind of,
Yeah.
just to elaborate what I'm trying to argue still further with no evidence to back it up, is that when I was going through the 15th century literature, it was a case of, it seems to be a case of you have retainer kern, you have bonacta kern, which are mercenary kern, and then we have the wild Irish kern, which seem to kind of wander around freely doing our own kind of thing. But as you were, I think you were saying, or someone else was saying, is that even the word wood kern doesn't, and wild kern and stuff, doesn't really appear into the 16th century, that we don't really come across
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't get that sort of that level of prejudice,
Mm,
of savaging, shall we call it,
yeah.
really is a 16th century phenomenon. We just don't, it's not in the statutes of Kilkenny. It's not even, I didn't find it in 15th century sumptuary laws either. It doesn't really seem to crop up, and it doesn't appear in the chronicles. Like, even as scandalized as Ramon de Perelios and Jean Créton and Henry Castide seemed on some levels, none of it was, the pejoratives like savage and uncouth and uncivilized were not used.
Mm,
They used objective terms to describe. Now, granted, they do say that, it's the shameful parts, and they go around shamelessly, but
mm,
that's not civilized versus uncivilized, so it's a difference, right? But it's in the late 16th century especially, you start seeing these Englishmen
mm,
particularly coming in and writing about what they see in Ireland, and they're the ones who use terms like wild Irish, the
yeah.
savage Irish.
Because I know, all right,
So
this is quite funny. There's letters between Richard II and Galway does actually use the term civilized and uncivilized, and they talk about the what people outside of the walls of Galway. And I think, and like Galway isn't the only place using this kind of terminology, because I remember the same terminology being used in Paris with the word peasant, as in, the people that sleep outside the walls of Paris and stuff. Um, so I don't think Galway is the only place that has that kind of city versus country idea.
oh
But
yeah,
on
absolutely not.
elaborating
For
on
certain.
that, I don't think that fully applies to the Kerns, because Galway, the places like Galway, and then nobles like the Fitzgeralds are hiring retinue Kern that live amongst them. And I think they would have, especially if they have this idea of civilized versus uncivilized, would have dressed civilized compared to their country counterparts out in
Yeah.
the wild Irish areas, do you know?
Well, and I agree with that, and I also think it's important to remember that the term civilized or uncivilized might have been more objective than we take it to mean now,
Yeah.
because that's because the 15th century, I'm pretty certain, at least in English, civilized comes from the word civil, which means city.
Yeah.
And so it's literally city versus country, not wild versus well-mannered.
That's how I felt reading the letters between Galway
Yeah.
to Richard II. Even the usage
Yeah.
of the word English wasn't a case of born in England English. It was more of the context of civilized English. So instead of saying we are the civilized ones, they were kind of using the word English to highlight the fact that we have civilized, you're from a city area, I'm from a city area, we're similar
Exactly.
to our English civilized ways. And it wasn't a case of we were born in England, it's the context of the word. And I definitely feel that when when I was going through the letters between Galway to Richard II, that it was a case of we are a city, we are civilized, we deserve better rights than the people outside of the city, the wild Irish outside
Right.
of the city, because there were Gaelic people living inside of Galway. So it makes no sense for
Right.
it to be a case of Gaelic people versus Gaelic. Well, sorry, a case of Galway people versus native Irish people. I do think it was a case of we're the civilized people living inside of the walls. They're the uncivilized people living outside of the walls. That's how I feel when I'm reading through the letters and stuff. And that the interpretation of what it is to be civilized and uncivilized is different in the 15th century than it is in the 16th century. In the 16th century,
Yep.
I do believe it is a case of the native Irish are the evil villains, compared to the
Yes,
15th
absolutely.
century, where it seems to me, from my understanding of the letters and stuff, it does seem to be a case of city versus countryside. And therefore,
Right. Yeah, it's
that's kind of why I do believe the Kerns living inside of the city and Kerns who are retinue would have dressed differently. That's my interpretation anyway.
well, I mean, I agree with that, and I'm going to assume from what I've learned about living conditions inside the cities versus outside the cities, that the living conditions outside the cities in Ireland were significantly different than inside the cities, which means that the clothes you can wear
Mm,
could be vastly different. It's not, I don't wear my full 12-foot train overgown, 15th century overgown, when I know I'm going out into the mud.
yeah.
Right? I just don't do it because that's impractical and that's ridiculous.
Mm,
So it totally makes sense that you would either wear different layers. The base layers would probably be the same, but the things you put over top of them would be different,
mm,
or the things you don't put over top of them would be different. But yeah, definitely I agree that, if you're living and working out in the countryside, it's a different set of conditions than you have in the cities.
yeah. Okay,
And
so
that kind of ties back to the barefoot thing,
mm.
right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Like this whole idea of Kearns going barefoot around Kilkenny. I completely
Oh,
disagree with that interpretation, to be honest with you. And I don't mean to be rude to the artist or people who have that depiction. It's just that's my interpretation. I just can't imagine Kearns going into Kilkenny to purchase saffron or whatever they're doing here in the imagery or any imagery. I think the middle one here is more correct, that they would have worn shoes going into the settlement, you know?
yeah. No, I agree. It's just, I think, and that picture doesn't show the settlement nearly as disgusting as it needs to be.
Yeah.
Also, most areas weren't paved. Oh, that's an inside of a house.
Oh, that's
So
the
maybe
outside,
that's a
sorry, yeah.
cracked, yeah, sorry, maybe, but either way, maybe that's a cracked, packed mud floor. They do crack like that, by the
Yeah.
way. Um, so yeah, I mean, the cities were disgusting.
Mm.
Towns were not nice places, in terms of cleanliness in the streets. So I wouldn't want my barefoot out there. Oh God, no.
Oh, 100%. So I think that pretty much covers all of the questions we got, except for the last one, which was how are you going to elaborate, or what's your next part? What is part two,
Ah,
Rachel?
yes. Okay. Fantastic. Um, so there is that we'll get to that question you just asked, and then there is one good question in the chat
Oh, yeah, no
that I
problem.
saw. Yeah, so the next part for men is going to be Anglo-Irish, so talking about the way people dressed in the Pale.
Mm.
And yeah, it's very, very good that you pulled up this image.
Mm.
Yeah, so we're going to be talking about men in the Pale. And I've got wills. Finally, thank God, I have some wills. I'm so excited. Wills are a really objective look into people, the objects, the material culture of daily life, because medieval wills generally provide a death inventory.
Mm.
So, literally, an inventory of the objects in that person's possession at the time of their death, because that's part of the bequeathment and determining what gets bequeathed to whom. So I have some wills from Dublin for both describing both men and women's clothing. Yay.
Nice.
Including armor and arming garments.
Mm.
And we'll be talking about the materials out of which they're made. We'll be looking more closely at some of those Waterford or the Waterford Rolls
Mm.
mares. And we'll be talking about some other some sumptuary laws, actually, because what's curious about the statutes of Kilkenny that a lot of people don't realize, the original set, when it comes to clothing and facial hair, they're actually regulating what the English can and cannot wear,
Mm.
not the Irish. It's so we can ascertain what the Irish were doing based on what the English aren't allowed to do.
Mm.
And then in the mid 15th century, we actually finally start getting some actual sumptuary laws that are aimed at regulating the Irish practice, not the English practice.
Mm.
So that's where we're going to be going with part two on Anglo-Irish, and I'm not certain how I'm going to phrase it. It's because it refers to both people who are probably originally of English descent, but have probably been in Ireland for generations, and also the Irish, the Gaelic Irish, who were living within the Pale,
Mm.
as we call it. And then part three will be women's fashions
Finally.
in Ireland in the 15th century. Yeah, and that may or may not have to become a two-parter. I just found a whole new trove of information, so I'm still writing the script for that.
Oh, nice.
Um, but yeah, that's where we're going to be heading. Yeah, did I send you the Moy gown? Probably not. I don't think I did.
Not the Moigon one. I didn't say there was a lot of stuff because the way I was putting together the PowerPoint
Yeah,
yesterday was by question. So I was a case of, oh, there's all
right.
your
Yeah, of
sources.
course.
Boof, boof, I'll answer that question.
That's fine. Yeah, so that's where we're going from here. Um, but there is a question here. I think from our professional Irish linguist Seamus. He says, "How many years would those tunics have lasted? Only washed once per year." So he's referring to when I said that the 16th century Lena, saffron Lena, were apparently only washed once a year. Yeah, so from as someone who wears her 15th century linen undergarments a lot and
Mm.
hard, if it's especially if it's made out of a hardier, heavier linen, they could last for a very long time,
Mm.
years, literal years. And the washing does destroy it. It will eventually destroy your clothing because part of the washing process is agitation, and you lose fibers with every single washing, which is why modern washing machines and dryers have a lint filter. That lint used to be part of your clothes. So when you wash it and the more fibers you end up with in your lint filter, the fewer are left in your clothing.
Mm.
So that means really if you're only washing a garment once a year, and I know that's what the sources say, but I just can't believe that for the life of me. That just horrifies me so much. Um, there's the smell. Oh God, no. Then it would be so stiff from the oils in your skin. Ah. Anyway, even if you did only wash it once, if you washed it only once a year, that the garment would last a very, very long time.
Mm.
And that makes sense. Because fabric was crazy expensive. It wasn't necessarily cheap to pay a seamstress or a tailor to make it. And if you're dyeing it with saffron, my God, that is a real luxury item. So you're not going to have more than one if it's saffron dyed. And you're going to want it to last for as long as possible.
Mm.
So they could last for years. And you can see that in not so much in one of the Dublin wills. I think I saw that they were bequeathing their third best shirt, right? And and probably the third best shirt is probably an older shirt that's a little more worn.
Mm.
Um, and you can see that definitely in the inventories from Florence, for instance, when Lorenzo de' Medici dies and they go through his hoarder style palazzo and go through all of his immense belongings, they describe garments as being old and worn. So, we know that they held on to things for a good long time and that things could last a really, really long time. It's
Mm.
a good question, actually. Comment here, most women dry clean linen jackets, pants, etc. today, not wash. That is true.
Yep.
Yep, that is true. And that's why people look at me agog when I say you can wash linen. It's fine.
My
It
mother
is a
does.
washable,
Yeah. And
right?
everybody's always horrified. I remember I went home for my first reenactment event and they told me specifically not to do that. And I said it to my mother and she's like, what would they know? And she grabbed the clothes and started doing it like.
Yeah, I mean, it's so that, obviously, this brings us back to tips for making medieval Gaelic clothing.
Mm.
Whatever you do to the fabric before you make it into clothing is what you can do to it after you make it into clothing. With the exception of wool, I'll talk about wool in a moment. Linen, if you pre-wash your linen on hot, on super hot, for those of you who live in Europe, use that 90-degree setting.
Mm.
Um, if you wash your linen on super hot, that
Mm.
means thereafter, after you craft it, fashion it into a garment, you can once again put it in the washing machine and wash it on hot.
Mm.
However, cellulose, plant-based fibers are do not they become weaker when wet.
Mm.
Animal fibers, excuse me, they become stronger when wet. Animal fibers become weaker when wet. So, what that means is when I wash my linen things, I put them in the washing machine, turn it on, let it fill up with water, and then I turn it off. I don't turn it off, I pause it, and then I let it soak overnight so that the linen fibers become fully hydrated, and that will make them much stronger for washing. You'll lose much less of the fibers, you'll get much less wear from them from washing. And then if it's especially if it's my white linen medieval undergarments, I crank that baby up to maximum heat so that it gets the maximum amount of grime and whatnot out of my smocks. And if you could actually see my camera, I would show you the ring around the cuff that I have on the sleeve, the arm opening, the hand
Oh,
opening on the
you're on.
sleeve of my smock. It's pretty gross, which is why I can't imagine only washing these things once a year. That horrifies me. On the other hand, if you wash saffron, anything dyed with saffron, it's going to fade relatively quickly because saffron is not the strongest dye stuff. I mean, it makes a bright dye to start with, but it's not very light resistant and it's not resistant to fading. So, oh, there's the camera.
I know it worked. It
There
didn't
I
work
am.
last time. I tried it earlier and it wasn't working. And then Discord is fun.
Oh, well.
I like Discord.
Let me see. Oh, wool. While you're talking about the process of wool, wool, however, should only be washed cold and hand washed because wool will full. The fibers will contract on each other. The little burrs on wool fibers, like picture little tiny thorns. And like Velcro, they will lock around each other with agitation. So the more you agitate wool in water, specifically in water, the tighter the fibers get. And that's where the shrinkage comes from, and you can't undo that. It is almost impossible to undo fulled wool. Once it's fulled, it's fulled. So that's why you can wash wool, absolutely, but wash it cold and hand wash it. I wash my woolen overgarments um, in the bathtub. I put them in the bathtub, fill it up with cold water, maybe a little dish soap, and I gently massage it. In reality, wool is stain resistant. It's one of the beautiful things about wool. Also, it breathes. Also, it's insulating. It's all the things. It's like the magic fiber, actually. But the thing that happens on my wool is that around the hems, I get mud usually and dirt and dust. And actually, dust gets vacuumed up into the skirts from walking around outside and even on floors. So I just need to get the dust out mostly and get the mud off. So I just put it in a tub, I let it soak, and then after it is soaked, I gently massage it to get anything else out, and then I take it out of the tub and let it drip dry. But no, do not put unless you want your wool garment to shrink until it's the size of a cat's garment. Don't put it in the washing machine. So another tip for making your medieval Gaelic clothing. Let me see. Let me see comments. What is the name of the book about a continental duke whose ship was blown off course and he had to shelter in Cork or Cobb?
Yeah, it was
Oh,
over in what was it? Around the Cove, bloody Kinsale area where he blew off course. Kinsale had a big anniversary to do it. It's your man from Spain to do it, the Holy Roman Empire, and he appears just. I'm sure it was the late 15th century, early 16th century. And he has a description of Kinsale as well, and the Desmond Fitzgeralds and all that group. I'm sure it's early 16th century. Somewhere around the 16th century, I'm sure. What the name of the book is, I cannot remember. In fact, it was Morgan has recently done a translation of that book and actually sells it all over Kinsale. Let me get back to you on that one because I have the translation of the book. I know what you're talking about because I was actually invited to the anniversary of that one and the launch of the translation of that book one by Morgan. However, I had to go over to a Viking event that was going on, so I didn't actually go to that one specifically. But it was Dave Swift who went to that one, and he did reenactment for that one, so you can actually see his clothing and stuff for that as well. So if you actually type in Dave Swift, Kinsale, Gallo Glass, a lot of stuff pops up as well. But the actual name of the book and the translation of it by Morgan, I cannot remember the bloody name of it. But let me get back to you on that one. I'll make it probably a short or something on that.
Yeah, so the next question or comment is there are ways to clean things that aren't technically washing, but that's more difficult in the olden days. Yeah, so medieval, we actually have medieval dyeing manuals that also talk about the care and feeding of clothing and talk about ways to dry clean clothing medievally. There's all kinds of techniques, and some of them I want to get around to experimenting with, and maybe I'll do a live stream on this and you all can watch me destroy fabric. That, one of the ways to get oil grease stains out was to actually take bran and rub bran into it and let it sit until the bran drew the grease out, for instance. So there are definitely ways to clean clothing without washing them entirely. Absolutely. Thank you. That's a really great point, Suburban Banshee. And in the Middle Ages, they had lots of techniques for this because, believe it or not, medieval people were no more fastidious about staining their clothing than we were. In fact, we have medieval books of manners in England and in Italy, specifically, I'm thinking of from the 15th century, that admonish people to eat in ways that prevents them from getting food on their clothing, which tells me that people were definitely eating in ways that got food on their clothing. And so, therefore, we have these instruction manuals from the 15th century that talk about, and other periods of the Middle Ages that talk about how to remove stains from really fine fabrics. I mean, these we're talking about how to get stains out of silk damask, how to get stains out of wool, how to get stains out of silk velvet. And there are ways to spot treat things using medieval techniques even that don't involve full washing, 100%. But I will tell you that when it comes to removing the pounds of dust and dirt that these skirts suck up when I live in them for 2 weeks and dance and walk everywhere, et cetera, the bathtub is the only way. And if you go to my channel, The Creative Contessa, and you look up laundering clothing after an event or something like that, you can see my shorts where I show the clothing in the tub and show what the tub looks like after it's been soaking and after I've done the gentle swishing. You can see just how much dirt is in the tub. It's kind of alarming.
Enjoyable.
Let me see. Next, foster parents had to give noble children two suits of clothes, one for when the other was being washed. Yeah, so that's Suburban Banshee. That is an interesting tidbit. Do you know when and where that exactly was? Because the process
Is
of,
that not?
Europe isn't a monolith. Are you talking about Ireland specifically, or a specific part of Ireland, a specific period, 15th century, or some other period? Because what people had to give, what liege lords, the prince in capital P, had to give to their retainers or foster children, for instance, because the fostering is absolutely a medieval practice in continental Europe as well, and in England actually.
Are you
And so, that kind of changed over time, and I think it got more elaborate over time. What you had to
I
provide by the 15th century, you have to provide more than you had to provide in the 12th century, in
just
France, for instance.
asking Benchy there? Are you quoting from one second? Actually, it was one of those Irish law books. Don't remember. Are you quoting from? I'm sure you're quoting from A Guide to Early Irish Law. The problem is, as we were saying earlier, with the early Irish law compared to the late medieval law, is that they're implemented differently. So the fosterage laws may have been different in the late medieval period, which we're talking about now in the 15th century, than it is in the early medieval period. And myself and Rachel are focusing more on the 15th century right now than we are to the early medieval period when Fergus Kelly's translation is being done. So Fergus Kelly's translation on early Irish law is focused on the early medieval period than it is to the late medieval period. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's always tricky, right? Like
Yeah, big time.
I constantly have to remind people that the medieval period is not a monolith.
Mm.
Um, And I'm not aiming this at you, Suburban Banshee. I have to remind myself too, by the
Right.
way, when I'm speaking about it. A lot of especially modern people want to look at the medieval period as being unchanging for 1,000 years, but it couldn't be further from the truth.
I'm literally starting my course this week on that Viking Age Ireland, where people literally get quotes and everything that happened in the early
Oh,
ninth century and they apply it
yeah.
to the late 10th century all the time.
Oh yeah, no. So Suburban Banshee, that wasn't a criticism of you and not aimed at you. That was kind of a general observation for anyone out there who may be a more casual viewer, rather than those of us like you, I can tell, are more involved in the intricacies of this, right? Yeah, definitely not aimed at you. General caveat for the casual viewer. Good question. What is your best reference to medieval dyes? Oh gosh. Okay, so there's a whole bunch. If you're talking about original medieval manuals on dyeing. There are several manuscripts from the 14th, 15th, and then into the 16th century. And I'm sorry, my mind just drew a blank on all of them. There's a really good one from Italy. There's a good one from Germany. And I'm really sorry. The name just completely blew my mind. But you know what? I will do a post. I will do a community post on my YouTube channel, providing the names of the dying manuscripts that I've worked from and that I can recommend. I promise I will get that done. I will make that today's community post. Thank you for that fantastic question, Kaylee. Really appreciate that. Comment, the French had a thing for washing stuff in verjuice. Yeah. Allegedly, it could bring back dye colors, but then they expressed doubt that this will work. You know what? I think I remember reading in one of the dyeing manuals actually something about that verjuice. So I'm going to look into that. I think I'm going to try to make that a goal for the next couple of months to do a living history thing about medieval stain treatment practices,
Mm.
because that's something I can do here in my living room without killing myself, I think.
Hopefully not.
Yeah. Well, because I say that because I used to, my experiments with medieval dyeing were all done in my kitchen of my apartment, and I should not have done that.
Yeah.
Should have been outside.
Yeah, especially with these Asian apartments and stuff, it's so difficult to do anything because everything's cramped in together. Although I was afraid for you
Yeah.
yesterday. I remember watching your live stream yesterday, and I was working on the PowerPoint for
Yes.
my class, and there was smoke suddenly appearing on the camera, and I was like, "Yuki, what's happening to Rachel?" And you're like, I don't know what's going on, guys. Let me just bring you over to the kitchen." And ended up it was a farmer or something was burning something outside your house, wasn't it?
Yeah. They were burning the fields
Yeah.
outside. Like some, and it wasn't even big. It was like a tiny little patch, and they were of, their vegetable patch, and they were burning it to prepare for the spring planting. So yeah, that was amusing. I wonder if that's going to make YouTube push that live stream from yesterday, my medieval sewing party live stream, because of the panic mode where suddenly there's smoke and I smell fire and
Oh, stop. I was like, is this turning into a live stream fire emergency?
right,
uh,
exactly. My God. Okay, let's go back to the comments. Let me see. Um, uh, okay, I don't think I see any other questions we missed. Okay, so were there any other comments from the original video that we haven't gotten to?
oh, sorry. I think that's pretty much it. We covered everything we needed to cover. The last one just on the city one, and then we had part two with the Anglo-Irish, and I think that's pretty much our squared. Um, I went through all of the comments except for the ones that were deleted, and I think that's pretty much us squared. We've had what have we
Okay.
done now? A good 3 hour live stream, so I think we've covered. If anybody's got any more questions, please leave it down below. And if we don't cover anything else, I have two of these law books before me, but no Kinsale book. Hmm, I don't know which reference. Are you talking about the time that Duke came over? I'm not sure about that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just meant in vernacular books. It's more wide than high. Uh, okay. I'm not quite sure about that. To be honest with you. But anyway, if there's anything else I need to elaborate, we can always make more shorts on it from this live stream.
That's
God, we have so
true.
much evidence. Sorry, not have so much evidence, so much to work with anyway for the next 2 or 3 weeks. Shorts to make, and on top of that as well, as Rachel said as well, Rachel will be doing a video on the Anglo-Irish in particular, around the likes of the Fitzgeralds, the Butlers, what they would have worn in Dublin, and Rachel's sources to do with that. That will be over in Rachel's channel, over in the Creative Contessa's channel. Let me just jump over to the Creative Contessa. So if you want to find Creative Contessa, definitely jump over to my channel first and foremost, and then flip down to the bottom where I've got Creative Contessa right here. Click on that one, and then click on all subscribe, and her video on the Anglo-Irish will be right here. So definitely subscribe to the channel and watch out for that for next week. Also next week we'll also be doing a live stream over on Creative Contessa's channel. One specifically we'll be talking about, we haven't discussed yet, but we will be covering a topic, live streaming a topic over on Creative Contessa's channel. Perhaps the existence of Africa or something on that lines, since a lot of people,
Yeah,
especially yesterday, were debating if Africa existed in the medieval period. So we might just cover that.
it's
I know it sounds crazy, but there's people
it does
that
sound
doubt its
crazy. I
existence.
know.
And even yesterday, I
I know.
was having a conversation yesterday about the existence of Africa, around from Timbuktu to Egypt, then from Egypt to Mecca, and then up to the Turkish area. Some people debate if that existed or not, so we'll have a conversation about that and its connections within the Mediterranean world. So
Yep.
we'll probably have a discussion about that next week. Perhaps we'll think about it, and we'll see what other people may want to do as well. We got 1 or 2 questions in there as well.
We do. Based on how you understand folks in the 15th century thought about fashion,
Aye.
do you think you could have still seen some people in much older garb, leg wraps, for example? So leg wraps specifically, no, doesn't seem to exist. There is zero evidence of it by this period. Older fashions, yes, absolutely. I could definitely imagine, especially in Ireland, someone in 1400 wearing the style of tunic they were wearing 100 years ago. 100%. Because we discussed this. Oh, right, maybe. Hi, by the way, hi Murthy, nice to see you today. Thank you for joining us. You know, we know for a fact that Ireland is fascinating in the Middle Ages in that it is both conservative of fashion and avant-garde. So it really seems to be that they will retain older fashions for a long time, while also adopting and wearing newer fashions. And you know, the question is, would the same person one day have worn a more old-fashioned style tunic, or you know, inar or lena, and then the next day worn a more forward-looking one? Maybe. I don't have evidence either way for that, but it definitely seems that at least some people were wearing old-fashioned things that maybe predate their lives by 100 or 200 years, and other people were wearing very fashionable, for fashion forward things. So yeah, I could see that. Leg wraps specifically, I have seen zero evidence for leg wraps in the 15th century anywhere. Except there is evidence of, I think there's an extant 14th century leg wrap from Sweden. I do think I recall seeing that there is an extant leg wrap was found in a bog in southern Sweden, I think.
I think they've mostly
But
switched over to are wearing quarter length pants, perhaps, or
yeah,
just regular pants. There was leg wraps and stuff in the early medieval period, but it switches between people going barefoot with quarter length pants, as you can see in the Book of Kells, to people having leg wraps, perhaps. Especially in Dublin, there is definitely shoes and leg wraps worn together, perhaps
oh
most
sure,
likely.
that's the Norse influence for certain.
Yeah, and it was probably the same around the likes of Galway and stuff, where people having leg wraps on. But that seems to, I would say, definitely going into the 14th century, that probably disappeared. Because with the arrival of the Normans, I'm assuming they still had leg wraps on with the arrival of the Normans and stuff. So I'm assuming it's not until we go into the period of the Gaelic resurgence in the late medieval period that's when the leg wraps start to disappear and stuff. And I think it's the same in continents as well, is it?
Well, no, the leg wraps are gone by the 12th century.
Oh, they're gone.
They're gone.
Because let me have a quick.
Except for this strange,
Yeah.
except for possibly Sweden and Norway and Finland. But that's only because I just recently stumbled across this extant leg wrap find from Sweden from the 14th century, which I thought was fascinating.
Because this
Um,
stone effigy here that I just suddenly struck up, that's 14th century, and you can debate there if he's wearing leg wraps or not. There you go.
yeah,
Yeah.
my feeling is that's how the stone has weathered.
Yeah.
Because if you look kind of to the right, the little chunk that's to the right of that right foot, as we're looking at it, it has the same kind of diagonal striations. So I think that's more about how it's weathered.
Yeah.
I and they don't even Gerald of Wales didn't talk about leg wraps. He talked about trews and didn't say anything
Yes.
about leg wraps.
Let me have a good old gawk. There you go. Oh, let me pull out. Yeah, you're right. You're bang on. There's no leg wraps there. So yeah, by the
So
time we
I
get into like the
I
Middle Ages, no.
Yeah, I really, I just, as I say, I don't like to try to prove a negative. I like to focus on the evidence we do have. And the evidence I have found seems to indicate no leg wraps by uh, not even in the 12th century still, maybe. But certainly other garments we know are being worn for a long time. And it's what makes dating extant Irish garments so tricky, unless they're really obviously not from the Middle Ages. It that could be that's why that what brings us back to our Sligo ensemble. That's why historians are having such a trick with that. They haven't carbon dated it yet, so they say it could be 14th or 15th century or 16th century or 17th century. And yeah, but what's interesting is that even if it is 17th century, it visually aligns with depictions of actual Irish people in the 15th century. So no matter what, it's either a sign of how conservative Irish fashion is, or it's an actual 14th, 15th century garment. It'd be either way.
I'm going with 15th because I just prefer the
Murthy,
15th.
did that answer your question, or was that not the answer you were looking for? Okay. I guess we'll leave last any last questions before we part ways, and I'll just mention that on Saturday mornings, Asia time, Seoul time, Japan time, I'm doing a medieval sewing party where I sit and stitch and we chat and you can ask questions and work on your projects. Ask me questions about any medieval living history topic and I will endeavor to answer them. And we just generally have a good time. So if you're looking for a creative community or just to watch me sew things, that's every Saturday morning, Asia time, Friday evening, Europe. No, early, middle of the night, Europe, and Friday evening, America time.
Nice.
Yeah.
So other than that, guys, thanks very much, and Slán Goalia. And make sure you go over to Creative Contessa's channel and subscribe there for part 2 on the Anglo-Irish. Now, what will I be doing next weekend? I absolutely have no idea. But stay tuned anyway. I'm sure it'll be something amazing. Anyway, guys, see you. Goodbye. Bye.
Bye, everyone.